Shangri-La Frontier. Shitty Games Hunter Challenges Godly Game Part 1.1 by Katerina. Translated by Kurahashi Aiko at Light Novels Translations. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 1. Why do you play games in the first place? The evil god Gritany, who captured and enslaved the spirit from around the world, falls dead to the ground. A huge wave of light gets scattered all around the world as if set free by some kind of explosion. There is also a girl who looks at me with tears of joy running down her cheeks. She smiles at me. Ah! The spirits are being released. The colors are returning to the world. Thank you very much. Now that I think about it, it was surely a long journey. As various memories scroll through my mind and fill my chest with pleasant warmth, I leap into the air in the universal gesture of victory. Finally, I beat your sorry ass. I use the fighting skill punishment drop, a skill that for some strange reason, or a really specific setting, was mandatory to have if you wanted to defeat the true form of the last boss in this game. To hit the girl straight in the face. The girl, fucking bitch failure, or the heroine as some people would call her, is sent into the air while spinning magnificently. However, since that was a story cutscene playing right now, the girl suffered no damage whatsoever. The story progresses to its finale in the way it was doing that could only be described as the horror mixed with a nostalgia trip. There were some grand scenes unfolding accompanied by pompous BGM playing, a mixture that only total masochistic perverts would want to sit through until the very end. Why is it that the only weapon that's capable of damaging the last boss hits like a wet noodle? It takes 3 times as long to do some decent damage using this thing. Even unarmed does more damage than that. Isn't that weird that such a joke weapon is required to kill the boss in the first place? And Faircus, where did you go? You useless support. Why are you even here if you're not doing anything? Begone from this house, evil spirits, begone from this house, or salt you shall get. It surely was an arduous journey, but traveling with everyone was certainly fun. You call this fun? The whole scenario and the side quests were all centered around you? Isn't that weird? The game more often than not made me want to throw my controller against the wall. So I don't know about calling this fun, but since I was a completionist and started the game, I wanted to see this through to the end. Failure Chronicles Online Prayer of the Spirit Princess is the remake of the blockbuster RPG game that was released in the early days of VR RPG. And if I had to describe it in one sentence, I would call it the epitome of a shitty game. This is by no means an exaggeration on my end. The NPCs are flat and their dialogues are boring. The mobs are just your generic monsters and demons without any spin to them. Not to mention bugs like the party members who cast recovery magic on the enemies or use the elemental attacks against the enemies who embody said elements. About 90% of the storyline can be described using the following formula. The heroine presents the player with some sort of a problem. Heroine somehow manages to make the problem even worse than it was. Somebody important dies because of it. Players solves the problem. Somehow it all turns out to be the working of the evil gods. Defeat the evil gods and restore peace to the world. Of course, along the way you will also learn that the heroine is somehow connected to the last boss and the true evil it usually represents. Then there are also your typical game cliches such as, traps that explode every single time you walk through a tile corresponding to it, pitfalls right before the last boss chamber, the last boss that has 3 additional phases and forms to his fight if the heroine is in the party. Without her there would be only one phase and a different, normal ending to be seen, etc. etc. So many bugs. It's kinda funny, because that's exactly how the offline era used to be. If there was any redeeming quality this game had to it, it was the fact that in the span of 3 minutes in between beating the last boss and credits rolling, you could attack the heroine however you like without any real consequences. It was sort of hidden gem like that. By the way, this secret scene, called the most rewarding 3 minutes ever, was only available to you if you've defeated the boss with the favor meter maxed out for the heroine, which was only possible if you've completed every single side quest that was in the game. Another oddly specific function that only the biggest of massive masochists could force themselves to accomplish. Sudden difficulty spikes of encountered enemies. Shitty scenario bugs which sometimes could make gameplay unbearable. Failure Chronicles Online had all of the above elements of the unholy trinity of game development, which in turn earned it a completely new title in some circles, Shit Chronicles Online. I managed to withstand 10 whole days with it before eventually wanted to stop playing, but then I decided to suffer through the rest of it and eventually cleared it in the next 24 hours. After that my mind was full of the strangest mixture of feelings, like exhilaration mixed with relief. For example, it was like serving your sentence in jail and being able to leave after a few years, only to be able to see the vast blue sky stretching before your eyes without being surrounded by high walls. It was like being able to find the long-lost contact lenses that you dropped somewhere in the middle of the vast desert. There is only one thing I can say with utmost certainty. I'm not playing such a shitty game ever again. I proclaim something like that while watching the end credits rolling in front of my eyes, all the while feeling a certain kind of accomplishment spreading through my chest. Chapter 2, Shitty Games Maniac Challenges God's Game. After I clear any kind of shitty game, for a while after the fact I feel like I can forgive most of the things that people would normally never forgive. It's that kind of forgiveness that would respond with a smile and a nod of the head to the teacher who was preaching his usual rant. I know that it is summer, but don't do anything crazy out there. As he assigns a shitload of homework to be done over the summer vacation. At least he was consistent in his rants and didn't jump from subject to subject like some other educators would do in a situation like that. It was just like a certain character from a certain shitty game that wouldn't hesitate to slaughter people in thousands if it only meant being able to save the world. That's why, even though I know you are excited to make your summer debuts, don't forget to study and be ready for the next semester. Right, that's it. Dismissed. Hearing those magical words, a group of zombies that was the class until that point was revived, seemingly regaining their vigor and energy. The class fills with friendly chatter. It's finally summer vacation, so let's go somewhere. This year's summer is the most important one. I am going on a trip with my boyfriend. I am definitely going to get myself a girlfriend this year. You can hear all the normies talking about their plans for this summer, and other things as well. Now then, whatever should I do during this year's summer vacation? Last year, I've managed to spend the whole of my important first-year high school summer vacation by myself, doing nothing else but playing shitty games. And while I was fine with spending my 3 years of high school playing shitty games, no matter what they are, maybe it would be a good idea to play something else, just to have a change of pace from time to time. Oh well, I'll stop by the usual place on my way home and maybe I'll decide after having a look around. I decided to visit my favorite game store on my way back home, since I haven't been there for a while since I was so busy with conquering Shit Chronicles Online. So I picked up my bag and exited the classroom. I didn't even notice that there was someone staring at me. What exactly are the shitty games? If you were to ask me, someone who has conquered a huge amount of said games, I would say that there are some reasons that define them. I say that because there are a number of factors when it comes to shitty games that aren't dependent on players' skills, such as story, bugs, system, and so on. In that respect, the games that have overly high difficulty levels to them are also shitty games in their own right. Well, I guess that Shit Chronicles Online had its own share of unreasonable things and stupid mechanics. Some of them rather huge and unbelievable. So there's that. In that regard this game here can be said to be an absolute opposite of a shitty game, a god's game with no flaws whatsoever. Shanfro, oi, now won't you look at that? A shitty games hunter is going for something other than usual? Is the world going to end by tomorrow or what? I turn around with the package in my hand, and I could see the owner of the store looking at me curiously. I was always buying games in this store, so we knew each other well enough to even engage in friendly chatter from time to time. Well, I suppose so. After clearing Shit Chronicles Online I feel like I've had it with shitty games for a while. So I thought I might as well play something completely opposite for a change, since it is summer and all that. You really cleared Shit Chronicles Online? I've heard that it would take at least 2 hours for a solo player to beat the last boss alone. Please, I beat him in less than 30 minutes with a weapon that was hitting like a wet noodle. Talk about a legendary accomplishment. Anyways, here's Yutome-kun. Congratulations on clearing the game. This game shop here, Shop Rock and Roll, has a lot of hidden gems when it comes to games they offer. With the full dive VR games becoming mainstream, the normal games are becoming more and more retro, but the VR technology was still relatively young, and this here game is said to be like a glittering star amongst the dark sky of every other VR game out there. When it comes to games, about 50% of them are nothing but shitty games, 40% are perfectly normal, and about 10% are godly. It's only natural that even amongst the godly ones there would be some hidden gems that even someone like me knows about. Still, Shanfro is amazing. This here is the last copy I have, and a new batch should arrive by tomorrow. It sells so fast. What are you going to do this year in the summer? Iwamaki-san. For me, this year surely is a good harvest so far. Yeah, about that. I'm afraid the shop will be closed for about a week at the end of this month. Ah, go figure. Here's Yutomura am something you might call a shitty game enthusiast, while this here Iwamaki-mana is the owner of the shop who mainly partakes to at-home games. Regulars at Rock and Roll know that there are times during which the shop would be closed temporarily, although there was some kind of regularity to that. Oh well, no matter, I guess I'll buy this, then. Sure thing, thanks for your patronage. Now, be sure to go to the restroom and eat properly before any longer session inside of the game, and don't forget to do a 15 minutes break every hour. Before I leave the shop, we exchange such words among ourselves, since deep down inside we are both hardcore gamers. On my way home I passed by a girl who was wearing a uniform from my school, but I was so absorbed in the game package that I didn't even notice her. Welcome, welcome. Oh, it's you, huh? I've got good news, that repulsive gamer is finally going to do some major game. Yup, and it's the same Shanfro that I recommended to you before. Fufafu. Here's Yutome-kun is a player name after all, so no wonder that it would be hard to find him even if you search. Really now, a maiden in love is truly a terrifying opponent. After all, we live in a world where activities like let's go outside and play soccer, and let's stay inside and play some games, are almost equal in value. And with the gaming being elevated to the rank of an e-sport in recent years, it was even possible for up until now amateur gamers to live a decent life, avoiding unemployment. Chapter 3, in order to boost efficiency, we will do whatever it takes. Shangri-La Frontier. It is a game that was released during spring last year. It belongs to the same category as Shit Chronicles Online, but unlike that game it holds the certified world record for the most players being logged in at the same time, which was established earlier this year. As for the game's setting, it is set in the future, when humanity found a new home after long years of space exploration. Hence the players are free to live however they choose in the game, whether it would be going full-on fantasy mode in the Middle Ages setting or to bring the elements of sci-fi and advanced weaponry to the table. Its ratings are also very high, with players holding the game in high regard, and the reviews can't get enough of it. Unlike Shit Chronicles Online, which was bombing in the reviews so much that it was a miracle how it managed to survive for so long. I feel it would be rude to put the box on the same shelf as Shit Chronicles Online and other shitty games. There was a game called Cosmo Buster in my collection, an infamous shitty game from the FPS genre where the enemies were respawning infinitely and could pull a 360 no-scope on you without any problem, accompanied by obligatory overblown story. There was a game called Thrilling Farming Simulator. As the name implies, it is a simulation game where you cultivate crops and livestock at the local ranch at your own leisure. But the twist is that about once a week huge natural catastrophes like tsunamis or earthquakes or tornadoes roll through the ranch and you had to start everything from scratch. Survival Gunman was a catastrophe all of its own, which was so riddled with gacha that it bombed shortly after being released. There was United Runes, the game that came some years ago, and it was simply apocalyptic levels of bad. Not only was it a cooperation game without any kind of single player to speak of, but the items drop rates were so abysmal that it was almost making the game unplayable. But wait, there's more. Oh, guess I'm getting a little carried away. If I decided to go through my collection right now, I am fairly sure that there would be some really interesting additions to be found there. I place the Shanfro package somewhere else away from all the shitty games, on the table near my bed where all the systems and controllers were. Right, let's get this party started. I made sure to use the restroom and have something to eat and drink beforehand. After doing all that, I lie down on my bed and boot the console. I also make sure that there is a bottle of water in case I needed something to drink right after finishing playing. After confirming those basic rules of VR gaming, I was about ready to venture into my first genuine game in years. So, you can adjust things like height, gender and appearance. I was a somewhat standard setting for any MMORPG out there, but still the number of options and freedom of choice was kind of overwhelming at first. Race, physique, accessories. Wait, you can even add horns here? With this level of customization, I don't think there would be any two avatars that would be exactly the same, even if I really tried hard to find them. I wonder, what should I make my avatar look like? I belong to those people who tend to make their gaming avatars different from my real appearance. I know that there are players who recreate their own appearance because of how confident they are in their own looks, but I strongly believe that game world and reality should be two different things. Oh, so it's that system where you decide on your class first and choose appearance later. Apparently this game calculates your stats from the moment you are born into this world and depending on the occupation you choose to do. And since the list was rather long and complex, I decided to start my avatar creation from there. It takes more than 5 seconds to scroll down from the top to bottom. How am I supposed to choose a job like this? That being said, this night, a user, ag, I knew it. It's going to be too long trying to have a look at them one by one, not to mention that after choosing a class you needed to also choose a weapon you were going to use. At first your equipment would be basic and made out of wood, but talk about commitment from the developer's side. If that's the case, yeah, let's become a mercenary whose skills focus solely on dishing out as much DPS as possible. Place of origin: Fumu, noble, commoner, orphan, outcast. Those were all standard options, but yet again, there were just so many of them. Wanderer. This sounds nice. My defense stats would be rather weak, but my luck would be set a little bit higher to compensate for that, and I believe that luck is going to be an important parameter, since it will affect things like critical chance or item drop rate. Oh well, it is only a game, so does it really matter? Having a high luck stat shouldn't be a bad thing to have around. Next I tried to tailor my appearance so that it would match my job and place of origin. This should be about right. This is, surprisingly enough, the end product of all of my editing was a half-naked figure of a long-eared man, who looked almost identical to my avatar from when I was clearing the shit chronicles online. How did this happen? No, there was a reason for this. Trust me. It was all for the sake of getting a good start. I examined the game's manual and it looks like you could sell the initial equipment you were starting with. Mercenaries had the mercenary class items and equipment, which were going to sell for quite a bit of money. It was able to double or even triple the amount of money you were going to start with. Money was sure to be an important element of this game. As a full dive game, even after receiving a quest you had to go and do anything yourself, without any kind of shortcuts or fast travel, so completing quests was rather hard and time-consuming. My playstyle usually revolved around maneuverability and using strong weapons rather than fitting myself into armors, hence I was always selling it first. However, walking around half-naked while looking like the protagonist of Shit Chronicles Online was pretty embarrassing in its own right. So I decided to wear a mask on my face, one that would resemble a bird's beak. Mask of bird's eye, and that would give me a slight boost to perception and eyesight. It was one of the options available. This is, no, I'm sure there are people out there who have even more ridiculous ideas than that. Finish. Before doubt would force me to erase all of my progress, I pressed the proceed button and finished the rest of my character's creation. Now the only thing that was left was to input my player's name, but there was no problem here. I was always using this name in every game I've played before, creating a certain legend to it. That name was the name of the man who has conquered many shitty games. Nothing wrong with that for a mercenary. Sanraku, there. I derived this name from the alternative readings of kanji and my own name, so it wasn't as witty as I would like it to be, but oh well, what can you do? Now, game, show me what you got. With that, a new mercenary was about to enter the world of Shangri-La Frontier. Although the game is available worldwide, due to things like time difference or lag and internet connection, there weren't that many players who were migrating servers. Therefore the player base for each country was always more or less the same. Furthermore, since the only available language for the game was Japanese, it was hard for players outside of Japan to get into the game. But still, the number of people playing was as astonishing as ever. Chapter 4, Reality does not equal quality, but the other way around. Long ago, gods were walking throughout the lands alongside humans. Is this the prologue to the game? The great gods spun life across the universe, and once their task was done, they disappeared without a trace. Time goes on, the gods that remained perish one by one, we take off to the stars as they intended us to do, and thus the great web of life continues to spin. Now, we live in times, skip, the heritage from the gods, skip history and ruins, skip. I read that in the instruction manual. I skipped the whole prologue without giving it much thought. Then I felt that my avatar was regaining its consciousness. I tried to look and move around, getting a feel of my new body since its physique and height were different from my real one. I was inside of a dense forest. No, I knew what it was in reality. Like in every game from this genre, it was one of the low-level exploration zones, the so-called starting points. The purpose of such zones was for the new players to get used to the control schemes, fight some monsters, pick up some of the basic items and obtain some EXP points. The small details varied from game to game, but the overall premise was more or less the same. First of all, I need to understand my current situation. As I say that, I open the status screen. PN, Sanraku LV, 1 job, mercenary, dual wielding, swords, 9000 mani HP, health points, 30 MP, magic points, 10 stamina, 20 strength, 10 dexterity, 15 agility, 10 technique, 15 vitality, 1, 2, luck, 30 skills, spin slash, knuckle rush, equipment, right hand, mercenary blade left hand, mercenary blade head, mask of bird's eye, vitality +2, torso, none legs, none feet, none accessory, none paper-thin defenses and extraordinary good luck. 2 swords for dual wielding on the otherwise half-naked body. Some start for a hero. Right, now that I've got that taken care of, let's try how the character's movements feel, and after I do that, then what? Since I had my weapons on me, I should expect to be attacked at any moment, so it would be a good idea to see how the battle controls work. Amazing. My body moves so smoothly. It was a matter of enough time to develop things properly. In the early days of full dive technology, the character movements tended to be rather slow and awkward, but the way my avatar moved in this game, it was very close to recreating the movements from reality. The system was also separating one's consciousness from one's real body to prevent it from any movements during gaming sessions, but it was certainly a bit weird to know that even though you were moving inside of the game, your body was still. GG. Oh, you would think that the future champion of Shanfro would need to battle a mighty foe, such as a dragon, for his first real battle, but in reality, the things that appeared right in front of me were about the size of children and nearly as loud and obnoxious. Goblins? Gigagigi. Goblin, a kind of mob that always appears in the games with fantasy setting, smaller and weaker than a player character. Of course there were many variants of them with various stats and skills and difficulty level, but the core concept was always that it was a monster that could be used to obtain some EXP points early on. I watched the goblin stare at me before it eventually broke into a rush, coming straight at me. Ho! Jia! I dodged the goblin's rush and watched him getting carried forward with his momentum before eventually hooking its leg. In some games weaker monsters would die even when the slightest contact with the weapon or body of the player was made, but in this case there was no damage being calculated for that action of mine. However, the physics seemed to be working fine and the goblin landed on the ground face first. How about a double strike, onto the ribs? Jia. Since it was virtual reality, the action itself was greatly simplified to just 2 blunt hits that didn't really dealt any damage. So for a little while I was using this here goblin to try out various things I learned in other VR shitty games, wanting to see if I would be able to recreate the same actions in Shanfro as well. When I finally cut the goblin with my sword, there is a large wound on its stomach, but instead of blood a geyser of red pixels shoots forth instead of blood. The goblin's HP bar continued to decrease and eventually it reached 0, forcing it to dissolve into a mass of small polygons and eventually disappear. At first when the monsters would die, players needed to ransack their bodies for drop items, but after it was deemed too graphic, it was a general consensus that the dropped items would be left in the field after the monster's death. At the dawn of the VR technology there was this serious rant that video games distorts the sense of values in young people. If I recall correctly, in some regions it was reaching such extremes as banning games completely or at least needing to educate both children and parents from a very young age. Around that time I was so busy growing corn on my little farm and then having it destroyed by the various cataclysms that would come through my farm. The dropped items were the only things that were left from the pixelated goblin. It was another simplified mechanic, for when you touch the chest or item that dropped out of a monster's corpse it would be automatically transported inside of your inventory. Fumu. Goblin hatchet. Huh? It was a two-handed weapon, which meant that its required dexterity was cut in half. Oh well, you could say it was a signature weapon dropped by goblins in games. It's not like I was going to use that as my main weapon, but it was a good thing to have it as a backup one, just in case and to be on the safe side. I wonder if you can get hungry in this game? Maybe it is something of a hidden parameter in the system. I needed to hunt some monsters in the future and see what kind of things they would drop. This is probably one thing that shitty games and godly games tend to have in common: grind. It was a feeling that you would rarely get to experience in life, this exhilaration and rush of endorphins thinking about what to do next. But most importantly, let's not forget to enjoy ourselves. Saying that, I took a step into the dense forest, looking forward to spot any kind of goal I could follow. By the way, it was really probable for the character to start half naked like that, you know? Mostly because of the fact that selling items at the character creation screen was way better than selling it at the shop or at a blacksmith's. Chapter 5. Good things come to those who wait. I eventually changed my location and arrived at First Year, a small town which was supposed to be a hub for players who only recently started their adventure with Shangri-La Frontier. It was your typical, run-of-the-mill fantasy town with no exceptional landmarks to speak of, specially enhanced by the server to be able to accommodate a huge number of new players, since it was the beginning of the summer season and all that. Wow. You can understand that people are way higher in level here just from their equipment alone. I'm sure that I've seen this emblem somewhere before as well. That's the insignia of the guild that only accepts players with level 90 or above into their ranks, and only after the admission test. I wonder what such a high-level player is doing in the place for beginners. Hey, take a look at that. This guy had a fully plated armor covering his body, made out of platinum no less. He wore a cloak which housed this guild's emblem, a symbol of the sword. Unlike the basic equipment of the new players, he had a huge sword hanging from the belt at his waist. Needless to say, no newbie could ever look like that, even if they wanted to or no matter how much money they were willing to pay. The other players, who I at first mistakenly took for an NPCs, were exchanging excited whispers while looking at the guy, following him with their gazes and taking screenshots just so that they could admire them later. It must have been hard for the guy to be dealing with this kind of treatment, but oh well. I had my own matters which I needed to attend to. Now this is quite the predicament. One that I wasn't able to anticipate at all. About 2 hours later I decided to organize my equipment after doing some more grinding. And since I was hunting for monsters at the edge of the nearby forest, I decided to climb onto a tree before opening the menu, since there was always a possibility that the monsters could attack me while I was still on the ground. It is then that I encountered two major problems. The first one would be the weight of the equipment. It seems that whatever was too large for me to carry would be stored in my inventory, but when the weight of the inventory passed a certain amount, my movements would suffer a negative buff because of that. So far I have collected 12 items, 4 of which were pieces of armor and others were basic goblin weapons. And when I was placing the 9th goblin hatchet in my inventory, I could already feel that my movements were starting to slow down. In addition to goblins, I encountered some other monsters as well, like for example the pig-headed orcs taken straight out of a dark fantasy setting, some small local fauna like piglets or wolves. But there were also rarer monsters such as Vorpal Bunny, which was a larger, bipedal monster. Vorpal Bunny proved itself to be a little more of a challenge from goblins and orcs, but at the end of the day it was just a rabbit. It may have critted more than other mobs, but once you got used to its attack patterns, it was a pretty easy opponent to deal with. However, the weapon it drops, which apparently had a 5% chance of spawning upon its death, Vorpal Chopper, was a rather solid weapon for the beginner zone. Comparing it to my initial mercenary weapons, its stats were better all across the board and it held an additional effect of boosting one's critical damage a little bit. Overall, it suited my fighting style rather nicely, not to mention that my level also increased. It looks like Vorpal Bunny may be good prey for a while to focus my attention on. PN, Sanraku LV, 12 job, mercenary, dual-wielding swordsman, 9000 mani. HP, 30 MP, 10 stamina, 25 strength, 10 dexterity, 15 agility, 25 technique, 20 vitality, 1-2 luck, 55 skills, spin/skull pierce knuckle rush tap step flash counter. Equipment, right hand, mercenary blade left hand, mercenary blade head, mask of bird's eye, vitality +2, torso, none waist, none feet, none accessory, none. In this game, you could allocate points to statistics every time you leveled up, and as for weapons, you could use them to the point where they actually broke or shattered into pieces. Getting up to level 12 scored me about 55 points to allocate into my stats, but for the time being I chose to allocate half of that amount into my luck. My reason for that being that luck must be responsible for increasing my chances of obtaining better drops from monsters and making it easier for me to score a critical hit during battles. I also managed to learn some new battle skills, which were proving especially useful in battles against the Vorpal bunnies, which made it easier to dispose of them quickly. But aside from leveling up, it seems that there are also skills that can be obtained via satisfying some other unspecified conditions, and when it comes to using skills in battle, even though I have never used them before in my life, I somehow instinctively knew that this skill does this and that skill works like that. In comparison, some older games were simply forcing the body of a player to execute certain actions, but it was so bad and archaic that it was eventually scratched and forgotten, disappearing from the mainstream for good. The skills I had with me from the very beginning, I was already getting really familiar with their use right about now. They may have been ineffective to use when it comes to the moveset, but their DPS was relatively high. Amongst the new skills I managed to learn is the one called Skull Pierce, which was quick to generate and it was a powerful one-hit attack. The tap step was a passive skill which boosted my evasion rate slightly, and flash counter was a passive skill which made parrying a little bit easier. Objectively speaking, Skull Pierce seemed like the only really useful skill in my kit at the current moment. The starting skills you could literally do nothing about, and the passive skills were more dependent on your own playstyle. Seeing just how well thought out this system was compared to some of the shitty games I have played during my career, it was bringing tears to my eyes. Everything was working as it should. Mobs were presenting moderate levels of challenge suitable for your level, and there were no bugs to speak of at the current moment. It was really something else, alright. But back to the topic at hand. Another problem is that my inventory space got quite full already. In that regard, it would be impossible to add new items to it after a while, not to mention being able to organize all of the consumable items such as raw meat. That was the second problem. Bleg. I guess you really can't eat raw meat after all. Huh? Apparently in this game raw ingredients couldn't be used as consumable items unless you processed or cooked them properly. Even if you tried, the only effect you would get would be that of a diminishing appetite. The biggest problem for Sanraku right now is that I do not have any means of producing a fire. And seeing that my MP was not getting any bigger since level 1, I guess I won't be able to learn any kind of magic. At this rate, I might even be forced to respawn from starving to death. Doing that was even more shameful than being pummeled to death by basic mobs. I wouldn't be able to live with myself if that happened to me. When I was busy agonizing over my current predicament, I heard the voices of some other players around me for the first time in a while now. They were discussing some interesting stuff, to say the least. Basically, if you buy the flint stone from any store inside of the game, you can forget about your problems with starting a fire or cooking. Pretty handy in certain situations. Chapter 6, A Wild Pervert Has Appeared. There was nothing wrong with hoarding your rations of meat in your inventory, but why would I even need about 30 pieces of meat if I couldn't even eat them? I decided to go in the direction of the voices, walking as fast as my over-encumbered status would allow me to. What about this one? Aha! There it is. I couldn't exactly see them in the tall grass they were in, but judging from the name tags above their heads they must have been players like me. There were 2 women and 1 man. They must have been a party that was grinding monsters together. A knight, a thief and a sorceress. Well-balanced party. If my memory serves me correctly, magicians would always start up with Fireball as their basic offensive spell. For some reason it was always the same in every single game. Summing up all of the raw ingredients I had on me right now, it would give about 70 pieces, so if I offer them some they may be willing to share their fire with me. While I was thinking that, it seems that the party managed to encounter a monster on their path. You are? What a cutie. Cutie? Was there a cute monster out here aside from orcs and goblins? It looks just like a cute bunny, but it must also be a monster. Phew, the description would fit the Vorpal bunny alright. Who would have thought that rare monster would spawn so frequently? This bunny, it's walking on 2 legs. That's definitely a Vorpal bunny alright. I stick my head into the grass and I can see a sorceress that is approaching the Vorpal bunny without a care in the world, while her companion stayed vigilant and guarded her. But looking at the bunny, it was cracking its large head in a weird way. I knew it could only mean that it was readying itself to attack, but apparently they had no such knowledge. Ha? The party could see a half-naked man in a bird mask flying out of the tall grass while swinging his dual swords. I knew that it wasn't the best first impression out there, but I jumped in front of them, activating flash counter at the same time. Coming in between the sorceress and the Vorpal bunny, I managed to counter its attack and make my own, slashing at its neck with my swords. I then spin around and slash with my left blade from the bottom all the way to the top of the bunny's body, not giving it a moment to retaliate. My attack must have been a critical hit, for the Vorpal bunny's HP drops to 0 and it explodes in a geyser of pixels, leaving some drop behind him. While casting a quick glance at the loot, I turn around to the 3-people party that stood there dumbfounded. It looks like they needed a moment to comprehend what just happened, and what happened could be summarized as: a half-naked birdman jumped out of the tall grass and massacred a cute bunny. The 3 of them screamed in loud voices while raising their weapons in the air, ready to fight. Whoa there, that's dangerous, you know, I said passively while the 3 players launched a simultaneous all-out attack in my direction. So I used my other skill, tap step, to put some distance in between us, trying to resolve the conflict with words rather than violence. It would be a good thing if they understood my intentions. Stop that, pervert. Okay, yeah, right. I admit that my appearance is a little bit unusual, But look at my name tag. See? I'm a player. Just like you. A player. God damn it. I wasn't against PvP in games like this, but I was against the idea of my very first PvP experience in this game to be something like that. So I did my best to try to avoid the hits of the group. I repeated that action until the girl eventually started to calm down a little bit and stopped the other two. Thank you very much for helping us out with that monster. Oh, it's no big deal. If I saw something like that at the very start of my adventuring, I would certainly take such a person for a pervert as well. Once my status changed from the perverted bird head to a perverted player with a bird head Sanraku, the party lowered their heads to me in an apologizing gesture. The boy knight's name was Soma, the thief girl was Kaho, and the sorceress was named Lena. You could change many settings in the character creation, but the only thing that you were unable to change was your voice. That is why even the three people looked like young adults. From their voices I could kind of tell that they must have been middle schoolers at best. I was kind of feeling sorry for scaring my juniors like that, but apparently they have never seen a mask like that before, hence the misunderstanding. Have you been always leveling up around these parts, Sanraku-san? Oh, yeah, I guess. I was originally going to see how the monsters behave around these parts, but it somehow happened that I stayed here and leveled up. I guess one of my nasty habits from previous shitty games was surfacing. It was a habit of taking advantage of the places where monsters with good EXP values or rare items would spawn, which would allow me to go from one point to another while clearing the area over and over again. Please pardon me from spawn camping the mobs. Basically there is little to no benefit to be had from not wearing any armor in this game. As a result of that painful realization, there is always a bunch of half-naked players who want to buy the cheapest armor set possible, only to acquire at least some form of defense. That is why if you want to gaze at half-naked avatars, you can only do this here, since you'll find them nowhere else. If you do happen to encounter them, it is probably because of the following reasons. They enjoy being seen half-naked by others. They enjoy taking huge amounts of damage, like any massive masochist would. By the way, the protagonist is neither of the two. He's irregular in that regard. Chapter 7. Pervert learns the cost of efficiency. After I told the three people about my current predicament with too many items and no means to start a fire so that I could get rid of starvation's effect, they agreed to help me, also accepting the portion of the meat I willing to offer them. Fireball. Lena casts the spell and the moment it hits the branches we gathered around to start the fire, it changes them into a nice-looking bonfire. Judging from their reactions and behavior, they must have been newbies at this game. Just like me. Oh, you can cook things in batches, huh? This game sure is convenient. Sanraku-san. Just Sanraku is fine. After all, I am a Shanfro newbie, just like you guys, so we're pretty much on an equal footing here. Oh, really? I would have never been able to guess that, judging by your looks alone. Sanraku, why do you look like that? Lena seemed to be exhausted after casting the fireball spell, so in the meantime I proposed to cook her batch of meat for her. In this game, you can sell your starting equipment as soon as the starting screen. Is that so? That is why I sold basically everything else except for my weapons and headgear. I see, but since the city is so close by, couldn't you just buy and sell your equipment there? The thief girl Kaho asked me that question, which made me understand that the initial spawn location must have also been randomized. When I told everyone where I was forced to start, they all looked at me sympathetically. That's right. What was that thing right there? You mean Vorpal Bunny? Yeah. Is that Vorpal Bunny thing crazy strong or what? Let's see. I might tell them what I know, but will they be able to do anything with that knowledge? Ultimately I decided to tell Soma, the boy who asked that question, that speed was crucial in dealing with Vorpal Bunny. If you aim at its neck fast enough, every single attack is supposed to be a critical hit, but it might be hard to hit a moving target with precision like that. Fast. It's a monster that initially seems hard, but is rather easy once you get used to dealing with it. Just out of curiosity, what level are you, Sanraku? Level 12. But the amount of EXP I'm getting here is starting to dwindle a little bit, so I was thinking it might be good for me to find a new location to grind soon. Hunting like that. But it's been only a day since we started playing, so we still have so much possibilities to explore here. I think it would be a good idea to let these girls know that I'm not your typical player when it comes to grinding and stuff like that. After all, the only thing that separates us is basically playtime. It would be a different story if we started at around the same time, but in games like that overall playtime was making all the difference. I went on a little break, and after that I went to grind into the forest for about 7 hours or so. Thanks to that my inventory got so full and I was about to starve to death. So that's why you needed some means to start a fire. That's right. And you really saved me out there. For that, thank you very much. When it comes to meat, the meat of the Vorpal bunny seemed to be the one that was the best when cooked. And so I decided to distribute that one amongst our small group of people. HMH, it looks so good but it tastes so bland. In most games, even though you could eat many different things, their taste would generally be pretty much the same, mostly tasting like pork, but there were some exceptions. But much like in the real world, if you ate too much inside of the game you would be overcome with the urge to not want to do anything at all and just sleep, and in some cases to log out and eat some real food. Good job, game. Good job. Now I want to eat some real meat. If that's what you want to do, then why don't you just do it? Nah, before I do that I want to get some more things done in this game. As I said that, the three of them nodded their heads in understanding. I could log out anywhere and anytime I wanted, but in reality the safest thing to do would be to log out in a town or a safe zone. For example, when I previously logged out to have a little break, after I came back, the tree that I was sitting on was almost broken in half and full of scratch marks. If I stayed there longer, I could have turned into nothing more than goblin or Vorpal bunny food. So I wanted to avoid doing that, so that I couldn't have to brand this game as a shitty game as well. Oh, that's right. I know this may sound stupid, but can I ask you some questions? Since they were to town before, I asked them about the shops that were located there, so that I could know where to best buy certain things. I also decided on making it a habit to scout out any new town that I would venture into as the first thing on my priority list. Since the three of them were on a gathering quest in the forest, we decided to go our separate ways from this point forward, with me going to the town which was the opposite of the direction they were going, to Sakandil. The main theme of this work is overcoming the boundaries of the system with personal knowledge. Even when we have person A and person B, with their level, equipment, skills and game time being roughly the same, the one who has more knowledge about VR games in general is going to have the huge edge. And utilizing that knowledge can give you a tremendous boost when it comes to leveling up quickly, assembling your equipment or amassing a large sum of money. That's just how it is. Chapter 8, Bird Mask vs. Saki. I didn't want to trouble them any longer, and besides, I really needed to move on. While grinding on my own, very soon turning basic goblins and even Vorpal bunnies into a bunch of polygons stopped being as effective as I would have liked it to be. Not to mention that my weapon's durability was dangerously low. I know that this was supposed to be a beginner's area, but with broken weapons there would only be so much that I could do. Maybe that one? In the distance I could already see the outlines of some buildings. That must have been the town I was walking towards, Sakandil. This forest. The map was describing this area as the forest of looming danger. Currently I was right in front of a suspension bridge that was erected over a vast valley that was separating the forest in half. Sakandil was on the other side of said bridge. There was also a gatekeeper standing in front of the bridge. Was it blocking the path on purpose? It was a huge serpent with its long tongue out, probably waiting for the players who wanted to traverse into another town. Is that supposed to be the boss of this zone? It seems that I can't get past the bridge without defeating that monster first. The recommended party for that boss was 3 people of at least level 10, so would it really be possible to take that thing on solo? Because in some cases such bravado was the shortcut to seeing your screen turn grey as you await respawn. By the way, Is there any kind of penalty for dying in this game? Like losing a certain amount of EXP points, money or a random item from your inventory? I didn't want to find that out, so I needed to absolutely not die during this battle. It's a snake-like monster, so it must be pretty fast and agile, and its main ways of inflicting damage would be through smashing things with its tail, biting and spitting venom. At least that's how it should go. It would be interesting to see if it really was something like that. For as long as the boss won't do something stupid like blowing itself up when its HP reaches 0, I should be able to defeat it if you maintain a certain level of caution throughout the fight. What was that rule again? While engaging a boss battle, other monsters cannot interfere? I sure hope it works just like that. It certainly wasn't that realistic of a mechanic, but at least I wouldn't have to worry about being surprised suddenly and taken with a pincer attack from both sides at once. So after making sure my preparations were all but done, I stepped out of the tall grass in order to challenge the boss of the Forest of the Looming Danger, which was indeed a giant serpent. Its name Oki might be intimidating, but in the end it is only a beginner's boss. Its movements should be easy to predict and it shouldn't have any insta-kill moves in its kit. And with the precise movements this avatar was offering, it should be relatively easy for me to kill this thing without suffering much damage myself. Or so I thought. For when my twin mercenary blades shattered into myriad of polygons when I tried to strike its hard scales, I have witnessed firsthand just how strong boss's defensive parameters could really be. NGH. I know that beginners should be able to kill this thing, but wasn't that unfair that the weapons could break so easily against its scales? On the other hand, Oki opened its mouth wide, baring its venom-coated fangs and lounged itself towards me. I managed to avoid the serpent by twisting my body and activate the knuckle rush skill, which allowed me to strike its long body with my bare fists a few times like a true martial artist would. Oh, so each punch in the sequence has a chance to critically hit? That's convenient. I strike it about 10 times, but only a couple of those hits felt to be stronger from the others. It was a shame that not every strike could be a critical hit, but 2 or 3 were better than none at all. It also seems that the side of its body was a legitimate area that could take damage, and soon enough the serpent turned its head towards me again. When that happened, I used a secret technique that I was practicing in advance. High-speed weapon switching. In the games that offered multi-weapon slots to fill, it was a really important skill to have. One that could even be called your ace in the hole if need arise. Like that, a pair of sharp knives appeared in my hands. I faced the serpent blocking my way into the new city with the knives in my hands. They had black handles and red blades, as though they were absorbing the blood of their prey on numerous occasions. They may look funny, but they were ideal for this battle thanks to their high critical hit chance and critical damage. Let's see how you dodge this. Each of the knives in my hands move independently, targeting different places on the serpent's body. Thanks to it being so big, it shouldn't be agile enough to be able to dodge every single strike, unless it possessed some kind of evasive skill. How about those 3 places? This might be a little off topic, but when dealing with snakes, what are the 3 things one should always be careful about? Well, most people will always answer that it's the snake's head, fangs and tail. Since they have no limbs to speak of, they can only bite, roll, lash with their tail and propel themselves forward. That is why I didn't think that it would shoot something towards me from the hole near its tail. I would bet it would come from its mouth. I was so surprised that I wasn't able to dodge in time. Yeah, it was a direct hit. It wasn't a perfect reproduction of real life, but still, allowing myself to be hit with a ball of some stinking substance was pretty embarrassing, sure to leave some sort of emotional damage on me. But above all else, this isn't good. My HP continues to drop, bit by bit. It was poison. Ravenous Serpent Oki, a monster in the zone known as the Forest of Looming Danger. You must defeat it first if you want to traverse to the nearby town of Sakandil. It attacks mainly by launching itself towards its opponents and biting them, so it is relatively easy to defeat once you get to know its attack patterns. However, when its HP drops below a certain level, one must be wary of the poison attack, which is not telegraphed in any way. It does not deal damage, but puts the player under the negative buff known as poison. Chapter 9, Running and Fighting Against Damage Over Time Effect. I admit it, I may have underestimated Shangri-La Frontier. After all, since it was so well received by the general public, I thought that I'll be able to easily overcome every single obstacle that this game might throw at me. So even without potions that I couldn't afford for the moment, I thought I would be able to easily solo that giant serpent that was blocking my way. What's more, without taking any damage. Clearing the shit Chronicles Online must have thrown me into that false sense of security, but at the same time, even though I knew it was lame, I was trying to come up with excuses. How could I possibly have known that a simple snake-like monster would be this damn strong? The damn thing looked almost like a dragon, so maybe it's exactly that instead of a serpent. I open my status window and check my current HP, which was 28. There has been approximately 20 seconds since I took the direct hit with those poisoned feces, and it looks like I was taking 1 point of damage per 10 seconds. Most probably the poison was calculated as a percentage of your max HP per a set time. The remaining HP was 28. No, make that 27. This means that Sanraku has approximately 270 seconds to live. How long would it take me to reach Sakandil? And since I have a stamina bar, does this mean I need to manage that one as well? And how low on HP was that serpent meant to be? Shit. It was so upsetting that you couldn't see enemies' HP bar at a time like this. Shit, I need to hurry, or else I'm so dead. I may have had no prior experience in RTA, real-time attack, a term used in speedrunning, meaning beating the game as fast as possible without any kind of assist, but TA, time attack, meaning beating the game under a set amount of predetermined time, was a whole different story. The knives that I currently had on me, Shanfro's critical hit criteria, both the endurance and the defenses of the giant serpent. The answer was somewhere within the information I already had available to me. In this game, critical hits are not something randomly decided or left to chance, but are rather determined by how clean and precise your attacks are. And if we take my high luck statistic into consideration, I must have at least some sort of positive modification to that mechanic as well. For example, if we assume that a clean vertical slice is considered a critical hit, with high luck you can deviate from that by a few degrees and it would still count as a critical hit. Now for the serpent itself. Usually, monsters of that kind have a weakness that is their head, since they may be able to leap huge distances and move fast, but when they want to thrust their head at someone and bite then they need to stop for a moment and gather the necessary strength. So that would mean that the ideal moment of attack would be to forcibly strike its head when it stops moving and readies its attack. But if you are unable to strike its weak spot by any means and you are unsure whether it has more weak spots or not, there was only one answer: you need to create that weak point by yourself. Right there, the knives I was using looked similar to Chinese ones, so I really need to see how they are going to behave with that attack of mine that I was going to perform, especially when it comes to critical hits. I run the tip of the knife alongside the serpent's long side, opening up a long wound full of erupting red polygons. The serpent suddenly stops and turns towards me to attack, but it was already too late for it. I have already come to understand its attack patterns. I use the tap step at that moment to avoid the serpent's attack and stick to the open wound, raining down attacks on it, and once it was completely wide open at the end of its attack I attack it some more. Stamina 5 points per hit. I had to take a little break every 3 hits, otherwise I wouldn't be able to evade if need be. And since the wound that I continuously kept open on the serpent's body was going to stay there for a few seconds after each strike, I couldn't allow myself to be left out of stamina, because that would considerably slow down my movements and attack speed. Opening a deep wound on an opponent's body counted as a critical hit, and striking such an open wound was also counted as a critical hit. The serpent just continued to try to attack me in his set patterns, only confirming what I already knew and letting me recharge my stamina. Eat this. Enough stamina to attack with both knives. Check. I attack with both of my knives at once. Both of them score a critical hit. Another geyser of red polygons splash from the wound on the serpent's side, raining down onto my knives. Then, in the next moment, the serpent's body begins to shake, only to explode in a huge geyser of white polygons all over the place. Why? Yeah, take that. I somehow felt really tired upon winning the battle. No, what am I thinking? Drop items takes priority. HP, stamina. No time. No time. No time. I take all of the items that dropped from the boss without even confirming what they were, see if my stamina bar was replenished enough and break into a frantic run. Not good. Not good. Not good. Another digit disappears from my HP pool. By the way, isn't that poison effect awfully long for a beginner level boss? Run, 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 run. The scenery around the suspension bridge was really beautiful, and under any normal circumstances I would have stopped myself and take a look, as well as some screenshots, but now was not the time for mere pleasantries. I run through the bridge with all of my might. I have merely 6 HP left, approximately 50 seconds left until I get to the town. Will I even be able to buy an antidote in time? No, no, no. It's better than having to suffer a penalty for dying. Shit, I may not have enough stamina to pull this off in the end. It was so frustrating that you needed to stop in place to replenish your stamina. At this rate I was sure to die before I even reached there. Wait just a moment. Defeating the area boss solo should give enough EXP to. Yes. Bingo. Jackpot. I gained a level. I was able to distribute points to my stats again. I was able to allocate around 30 points to my stats. And without even thinking about it I allocated half of said points into stamina, and another half in agility, With my HP and stamina bar doubled, I broke into a run again and dove head first into Sakandil. As a side note, bosses like this giant serpent Oki will have a chance to drop very rare items upon defeat. So it is not unusual to see players retaking the battle when they grow stronger in order to obtain said items in greater quantities. There are also players who hunt snakes like that purely for their potential as a cooking ingredient. Imagine that. Chapter 10. Half-naked pervert. In the eyes of more experienced players, the name of that player was G. For about 3 months now he's been trying to get along with that woman who was a total beginner at the game, teaching her basic controls, mechanics, game language and all the other stuff necessary to survive in the game world. As a more experienced player of Shangri-La Frontier, he felt that he could do at least this much for her. Well then, Yamamoto-kun, I'm counting on you today as always. Why? Yeah, but you know, it is only basic etiquette that you don't call anyone inside of the game with their real names. You know? Sorry about that. Well then, Ji-kun. Even though it was the name of his avatar, in reality it was Ji's given name. When he was starting the game, Yamamoto-ji really thought that writing his name with katakana was a clever display of wit on his part. For now, you wanted to try to tame a dog-like monster, right, Mia? Yes, that's because I can't really keep any pets in my apartment. And then I heard that you can tame monsters in this game. My friends told me that. Leaving her other peaceful reasons for playing the VR RPG aside, Shangri-La Frontier was a game that would leave quite a bit of freedom in the hands of its players. Thanks to that, many people were finding other things to do in the game besides combat. Ji's party was trying to find dog-like monsters for quite some time now, but apparently no such monsters were spawning before the town of Sakandil. So Ji's party needed to progress further into the game. So, in order to tame a wild monster you must. It was in this moment. Hearing some strange sound, everyone present at the Sakandil gates in front of the forest of the looming danger turned their heads towards the suspension bridge without thinking. Neither Ji nor Mia could have predicted the sight they were about to witness. The thing on that player's face was certainly a mask that could be selected at the character creation screen. It could have been exchanged for free for a starting headpiece equipment, but its defense value would be 0. However, what was really drawing attention was what was below that mask. That player wasn't wearing anything below his head, and he was currently running so fast that if it wasn't for his player tag he could have been mistaken for some kind of rare monster that appeared out of nowhere. Is that a monster? No, since it has a player tag over his head he must be a player. Best not to attack the poor guy. He focused his sight on the half-naked pervert, and was finally able to read his name. It was Sanraku. Ha, what a strange name. He must have fought the Oki and got poisoned during the battle. Huh? And most probably he used up all of his antidote herbs and is in a rush to buy some. She remembered the good old days when he was just starting out, and the chaos those days brought, in a good sense. During those days, a whole lot of players suffered from the serpent's poison in the beginner's area. The most probable reason for this Sanraku guy to be like that, without any recovery items, would be because he blew all of his money on something else. But she didn't wanted to believe that someone so utterly stupid would actually exist in this game. She instead tells me to stand down, seeing that she was raising her bow and was aiming it at the incoming player. He didn't want her to suffer a park penalty for such an unreasonable reason. Instead, he shouted at the player, "The inn would be that away. It's that building with a white roof. You cannot really miss it." Oh, as she observed Sanraku rushing over towards the inn, he felt a kind of sympathy for the guy. It would be best if he soon realized that this build of his won't get him far. She remembers the boss that the players had to overcome if they wanted to go from Sakandil to the third major city around these parts, Sadrama. Thinking about it now, his agility at that time must have been around the same level as this Sanraku guy right now. This guy, he's going to have it really rough. Ji-kun, you really sounded like a true veteran out there just now. So cool. For a moment out there Ji didn't know what to say to that. Then he thought that maybe the sight of this half-naked bird guy may be a sign of incoming good fortune. The conclusion of this slight incident was that Sanraku ultimately ended up dying because his HP did fall to 0, but thanks to the advice of the kind stranger he managed to update his spawn point to the second town of Sakandil. Ah, that was too close for comfort. Upon entering Sakandil I realized that I didn't know the location of the inn, but thanks to the kind player I somehow managed to reach over there before my HP drained completely. I didn't know what items I received for defeating the boss, but it would be a real shame to lose them because of such a stupid reason. So I opened the status screen, confirmed that the items were still there and let out a sigh of relief. That guy's name. It was Chi, wasn't it? Next time I meet him, I must thank him somehow. I surveilled my stats for a while before I eventually realized that the penalty for death was a small debuff for stats for a short while. Maybe this is a good place to call it a day. Summer vacation has just begun, so let's just log out for now and come back to the game tomorrow. During the early days of the game for most players, rushing towards Sakandil while being poisoned was a rather common occurrence. Players who never even witnessed such a scene are bound to repeat it themselves eventually. Chapter 11, Taking a Break and Appreciating the Values of Shitty Games. Oh, well, if it isn't Sanraku finally decided to graduate from all crap you are always into, and I see that your tastes are as weird as ever, Modora Katsu. But it's been a while since I played such a game, so I think I'll keep you company for a while. That's right. I cleared Shit Chronicles Online, just to let you know. Seriously? I've so had it with the last boss so I just said screw that, and left the game. It is perfectly doable, that is if you have a summer vacation and plenty of time to spare and are fine with hitting the last boss with the strength of a wet noodle. So that's the trick, you say? Right, I shall try it again tonight. I wouldn't be able to live with myself if I just left it as it is, since most of the players already acquired the required 100 login bonuses. Even though it was the summer vacation, the server felt mysteriously empty at this hour. Today I wasn't the half-naked bird mask Sanraku. Rather, I was the berserker Sanraku, a fierce warrior versed in Iaijutsu, and as you can tell I wasn't playing Shanfro right now. Since I have been playing the godly game for a while now, I decided to switch to something else for today as to replenish my shitty game energy which I seem to have been lacking. I just wanted a little breather, so I decided to revisit one of the games I've managed to clear some time ago. This game was called Berserker Passion Online, Benpi for short, hence scrap, since Benpi means constipation in Japanese. This game was of course a shitty game, since Shanfro was the first title outside of that spectrum that I have bought in years. It is a game that was originally launched as the sequel to Berserker Online, where one could plainly see what the shitty games are in a nutshell, and that was the downloadable version. But the physical copy, oh, this is where things get interesting. It was so riddled with bugs and glitches that it was deemed as unplayable by many players, earning it the title of King of Shitty Games, whose reign was long and supreme. Well, that is until Shit Chronicles Online rolled around and dethroned the king. That's how bad it was. Say, Modora Katsu, would you like a sparring match with me? Sure thing. So, about the rules. Everything is permitted, so hold nothing back. When I received an invitation to a duel, I approved it without thinking. Modora Katsu was a shitty game enthusiast much like myself, one that was quite famous in the gaming world for clearing many different and impossible titles. And it so happens that he was also a veteran of this crap here. He also accepted the duel. There's a message informing about the start of the duel, and in the next moment a battlefield is being built around Modora Katsu and I. Oh, someone's going at the duel? Modora Katsu and hey, if it isn't Sanraku. Sanraku, I thought that you moved on to another game already. He said something about replenishing his shitty energy meter or something like that. He said that otherwise he wouldn't be able to go on, or something like that. It was kind of awkward, but in this game the duel between players were always a kind of a show for everyone else to witness, so it was only natural that a fairly large crowd of people would gather around us to see what was going on. Especially since one of the participants was Modora Katsu, one of the strongest players on the server at the moment. While you were getting busy and struggling with Shit Chronicles Online, I was honing my skills inside of this game, and the fruits of my training are this new ultimate technique that I managed to come up with, so be prepared to be utterly destroyed by it. Who? I'm sure that such a battle maniac like you had to come up with something awesome, so have at you and show it to me. When the gong rings, signalizing the beginning of the battle, something strange starts to happen to Modora Katsu's body. Are those bugs, or what? You are disgusting. Take this. R18 tentacle attack. As declared, there were several tentacle-like objects stretching from Modora Katsu's limbs, back, and neck, attacking me all at once. On the other hand, I assume my EAI posture with my sword ready to be drawn and attack. Attack? No, counter is a more accurate description. In the next moment, both Modora Katsu and I leap towards one another and disappear for a short moment, only to appear again at different corners of the arena. Even with the current attack time delay, I should have been able to deal with it thanks to my reaction speed. Your EAI-style draw attack takes about 12 frames, it is even faster than most bosses' ultimate attack animations. You could technically counter any kind of attack with it, right? Yeah, but my limbs all feel like cotton for some strange reason. Oi, did you really expect to counter an attack like that without any kind of backlash now? That's way overconfident, even for you. The reason why this game is so famous even though it is so niche is the system called Bug Tudo. If you are playing this game from its physical copy, there were these bugs that would frequently occur, especially when the avatar was about to receive some kind of a mortal wound, where your avatar's model would collapse and the game physics would go totally out of control, wiggle like crazy, fall outside of the map, become temporarily invincible. There were a whole lot of examples for this. As a result, crap managed to transform itself from a game about battles amongst mighty warriors into an infernal cesspool of deviants and unholy degenerates that were deriving delight from discovering in what new way they could bug out their avatar or break the system. Although this game used to have a story mode as well, it was now almost impossible to finish it since NPCs and mobs were prone to bugging out as well, which in turn made some of the key story segments impossible to clear. Another nickname for it would be Super Dimensional Bug Gorilla Rhythm Game. Why rhythm though? Because thanks to the bugs galore that was happening on screen, you would end up wanting to smash your head against your desk to the rhythm of the bugged avatar's movements. Of course. For now, crap was really unworthy of being called a true full dive game, even though that is exactly what it was. In any case, Its current premise was to break your human appearance as fast as possible. It is a problem that must be addressed at some point in time, but apparently that time isn't now. With the advent of the VR games, the players who use classic controllers and monitors are pretty much non-existent at this point. In VR games, physical strength amounts to nothing since the physical attributes of your real body are not converted inside of the game. However, those with fast reflexes are the one who are to be truly advantageous in VR games. For that exact reason, even those with poor health in real life can pull off parkour in the VR games. The main character is someone just like that. Chapter 12, Common Sense is just free ideas not bound by theory. Loosely speaking, the first round ended in a draw, but I lost the duel since I was utterly thrashed in the next 2 rounds. I didn't think those bugs would be so severe. Really now. You have my thanks. It's been a while since I was able to practice my skills in PvP. I've been only trying them out on NPC for some time now, and I had no idea that all of those scattered textures would count as getting hit. It's a double-edged sword, since if you miss with your attack you might be the one who receives a huge amount of hits in. Dying because of that really is humiliating. LOL. I never would have expected something like that to slip past my AI jutsu, but there was so many of them that I really thought I was going to die there for a second. While watching the live feed from other players' duels, Modorokatsu and I enjoy a little chat. But why did you suddenly decide to come back? Was it because you saw that there was a tournament approaching, or? Not really. I just started to play Shanfro just recently. Really? Huh. Who would have thought? Since we are friends, I was going to forgive him for laughing at me like that, especially with that kind of face, as if he heard a joke that he never would have expected to hear. And seeing that I wasn't laughing together with him, his face got serious. Really now? But weren't you always saying that the more buggy and shitty the game the better? From what I understand, Shanfro is at the total opposite of the criteria you would always list. I guess you can say that Shit Chronicles Online managed to burn me out, so I wanted to play something that is generally praised by the public. But for all that we know, even crap can be considered a godly game in a day or two, or somewhere in the future. Was he trying to say that he thought it was impossible for me to play anything other than a shitty game? It is true that I wasn't enjoying the shitty games as much as I used to, but at least I wanted to try something different. Modorokatsu, on the other hand, was someone who was sticking to his chosen niche no matter what, and refused to try anything else. And there was nothing that could change his mind. No. It's not like I'm not enjoying these games. It's just that, I wanted to try something good for a change. Something without game-breaking bugs or glitches that would cause you to die instantly. So in other words, you wanted to try something decent just so that you could be fully aware of how shitty the shitty games are next time you try them out? Something along those lines. It was really hard for me to imagine that this game here could ever reach the level of Shanfro, both in level of responsiveness and general game design. I've been dealing with Shit Chronicles Online for so long that I think it sort of dulled my gaming sense. So I wanted to regain that sense before my abilities as a gamer would drop even further down. Who would have thought that snakes would end up throwing their shit at players? Isn't such an attack pretty appropriate for a shitty game? Ha ha ha. Nice one. And a really good one, too. But it's an example that comes from Shanfro. If I had any real friends, it would be a game like that I would recommend them if they ever asked me. Then the game would end up being spread around even further, earning its rightful place in the mind of the general public. And it would be really nice if we could get people to recognize that not every single game out there is unhealthy and won't bring any benefits to the ones who are playing it. Because that is not always the case. After watching a few more matches and chatting with Modorokatsu, I decided to log out of the crap for the day. I have a drink of water, then have something to eat, and then I switch from the shitty game to the godly game. I wake up inside of the Sakandil's Inn, as the perverted, half-naked and bird-masked Sanraku. After confirming that the penalty for death was lifted, I started to wonder what should I do right now. For now, I think it would be best to buy some armor. Now I understand that running half-naked without any armor on will be really problematic really soon. Even though the poison attack didn't do any damage in and out of itself, If I didn't receive so much damage during the fight, I might not have been dead upon reaching Sakandil in the first place. Without any armor on, my defenses were literally paper thin. But what's more important, with a proper armor, my recovery rate would surely increase. But before having a look around town, I really should organize my inventory first. It was a really enjoyable game with a lot of things to do in it. But because of exactly that feature, I could hear that some of the players were complaining about it all the time. It's like with doing household chores. It may be hard if you are not used to it, but if you make a habit out of them, they might be rather enjoyable in their own right. Now then, should I head out? The protagonist and Moto Rokatsu are the Shitty Game's friends that met in one such game one time. They have never met one another in real life, but their friendship is on such a level that they often exchange texts and emails. Unlike the protagonist, who usually tries to play anything that strikes his fancy, Moto Rokatsu enjoys more specific and utterly broken titles. He sometimes introduces the protagonist to some of them. Chapter 13, The Leveling Freak Evolves into Shopping Freak. Welcome, welcome. What kind of armor would you like? I guess if there would be someone in this game that would scream I need some armor ASAP, that would certainly be me at the moment. So the armor shop clerk NPC asked me that with a huge smile on his face. What an amazing AI. It seems that this game could sell this technology to the military without any problem, or even end humanity if they wanted to. Please show me what you got. Take a look. He hands me a piece of parchment. In the next moment a window pops up, displaying all of the items that were on sale here, accompanied by their short descriptions. Snake leather armor set. Pieces can be bought separately, 12,000 money. Chainmail armor set. Pieces can be bought separately, 6,000 money. Robes of the Black Arts cannot be bought separately, 9,000 money. White laboratory coat cannot be bought separately, 9,000 money. Leather armor set cannot be bought separately, 4,000 money. Please give me the leather armor set. Sure thing. Please wait a moment. The price was the most deciding factor here, I won't lie. Rather than defenses, I wanted to have some clothes on so that people wouldn't take me for some kind of pervert that enjoys strolling around the city while wearing almost nothing. Thinking about that now, that kind of situation would be far worse than suddenly being attacked from all sides by monsters. But on the other hand, the snake leather set and chainmail set both seemed like heavy armor which would probably have negative modifications for my agility stat, and both Black Arts robe and lab coat seemed like a magical equipment to me. Putting the price and looks aside, they would be next to useless for me. So in the end, leather armor was my only choice here. Sorry for the wait. No problem. Here's the money. Thanks for your patronage. Now, if you happen to damage your armor out there, we will fix it for a small fee that is according to the damage sustained. I decided to equip it on the spot. Oh, it even comes with its own separate headpiece, and from the looks of it wasn't half bad. Nah, I don't mind being a bird mask for a little while longer. Leather mask. A simple mask made out of the leather of the mud frog living in the swamps to the west. Minimalistic in design and focuses on protecting the wearer's face. Be careful, as it can mess up your hair and overall appearance. Leather vest. A simple vest made out of the leather of the mud frog living in the swamps to the west. Can withstand both slashing and striking damage to some extent. Can be a somewhat tight fit, which is a matter of preference. Leather belt. A simple belt made out of the leather of the mud frog living in the swamps to the west. Since it is made out of leather from the frog's back, it is resistant to piercing damage. Put this around your waist and squeeze. The tighter the better. Leather pants. A simple trousers made out of the leather of the mud frog living in the swamps to the west. Comfy and easy to move in. Its defenses are rather small in comparison to the rest of the leather set. Oh well, for now I was happy to get something to wear, so that people wouldn't give me any funny looks and tried to report me as a pervert or other things like that. Now that I was wearing them, they kind of resembled a full-on bodysuit or a diver suit that you sometimes see in movies. According to the item description, it was a deliberate design so that the armor could provide both defenses and ease of movements. Yeah, let's not go with that mask. If I was a suspicious person wearing a bird mask, I could somehow live with that, since the people would eventually grow accustomed to it and stop making that big of a deal out of it. However, with that leather mask I would look more like a gimp or a bank robber, and if that would stick to me, I would probably die out of embarrassment. Now, next on the to-do list is the weapon shop. I was hoping I could get some decent main weapon there, one that would serve as the replacement of the double mercenary blades that I lost. The dual blades from the Vorpal Bunny, the ones I used to beat hockey, I decided to keep them stocked away as a trump card of sorts against the future bosses. It seems that dual-wielding weapons was wearing them down relatively fast, so it would be a complete waste to use them on small fries like that. Are you buying unused weapons from people? Well, yes indeed, unless it's something other than primitive stone tools. What are you selling here? Although it was listed as a weapon, I was pretty much sure that the goblin hatchet would be nothing more than garbage. Would they even consider buying it off of me? More importantly, would anyone be interested in buying such a trash weapon from them? Just like in the armor shop, the clerk handed me a piece of parchment and a window appeared. Oh my, looks like we are not dealing with those. However, even though they had a dual-wielding column here, there was no weapon that could be purchased from it. Does that mean there was nothing I could do here? Oh well, looks like the only choice left for me would be to attack the next area armed with nothing but the goblin hatchets. Ah, I see. Now that I think about it, mercenary blades weren't a single, dual weapon, but rather a pair of single weapons. It was just me who treated them as a single item from the very beginning. Thinking calmly, goblin hatchets were described as two-handed weapons, all right. Daggers. Let's see. Interesting. It was neither good nor bad, but it was rather decent for something that you could buy in the second city of the game. No. So would this mean that the knives I got as a rare drop are more powerful than I would have imagined? Oh, if there isn't anything that strikes your fancy in our inventory, you can just bring us some raw materials and we can make a weapon out of them for you. Oh, really? Now that sounded like a sweet deal. The NPCs of Shangri-La Frontier use highly advanced AI in their algorithms, so it is no exaggeration to say that they are almost like normal humans, except that they don't have physical bodies. Rather, the game developers are all crazy geniuses, ones that try to squeeze as much cutting-edge technology into their product as they possibly can. However, since their anti-hacking protocols are cutting-edge as well, Shanfro has never been hacked by evil people. Yet. Chapter 14, I think it's time to collect some materials. The next zone, that is the area that is needed to cross if you want to go from Sakandil to Sadama, is the wilderness ridden with many small swamps. The marshlands, which is rich in many rare minerals. This time around, before I decided to head into the marshlands, I gathered some basic information about the terrain, and bought a bunch of recovery items, just to be on the safe side. Right. First order of business would be to verify what drops can be acquired from the monsters here. I wanted to fully explore this new area, but first I needed to confirm just how goblin hatchets would fare in actual combat. I tried them out on some sandbags before, but now I was on the lookout for some mud frogs that would auto-drop some items that were useful in item creation. And from the item description it was almost a given that said mud frogs were very resistant to slash damage. Their backs were also very resistant to piercing damage, so I guess the trick to defeating them would be to use some blunt weapon or magic. Right, maybe there were some other ways to do that, since I have seen that firearms were also a thing in this game. Nah, it should be fine. Besides, I have already confirmed that Goblin Hatchet has a blunt attribute, and it is not so sharp to begin with. And since I had quite a lot of them in my inventory, I could use them with my skills without having to worry that I would eventually run out of weapons to use, so it could be a perfect setting for me at the current moment. For now, my biggest priority would be to hunt down some monsters and confirm what kind of materials can be obtained out of them. I could see a dog-like monster and a bird-like monster in the distance, but since they weren't coming after me already, I must have been outside of their aggro range. Let's try to get a little bit closer, just to be sure. I reach the edge of a small swamp and then I immediately understand the words of the NPC I asked about the area earlier. There, right in the middle of the swamp, was some kind of a rocky formation standing up from the ground, with some distinct parts to it. It must have been mineral veins that you could mine for ore. There was something else right beside it. Jagogo, Jagogo, a frog. At least it looks like it. Due to its cry and general characteristic, there is no doubt that it is the mud frog that I was looking for. However, it was different from any normal frogs in such regards that its torso was longer and its limbs were more elongated and muscular. How should I say it? It was certainly unique, but still, this thing is rather huge. It was also accompanied by quite a few of those wild dogs. I don't know if they have mud in their names as well, but the color of their fur was the same as the color of my armor. Now for the real test, if the goblin hatchets would serve as valid weapons. Shurag, Jagogo, you utter fools. Did you really think I would fight you inside of the swamp, where my movements would be severely limited? I'm not that dumb. That way I can draw you towards me, on the land where I would have a bigger advantage and my movements wouldn't be so limited. I then aimed my hatchets towards the frog's eyes, but since its physique was so misaligned I missed, and I ended up hitting it to the head instead. The frog seemed to have hardly even felt that. It was also pretty agile for a frog. Doria, if I stepped into the swamp, my movements could have been very limited, but on the dry land I could utilize my full potential and maneuverability. The mud frog was coming after me, not letting me out of its sight even for a moment. How about I strike this spot? It surely feels like it could be a weak spot. Gigi? I swing my goblin hatchet at the mud frog with all of my might, aiming towards its belly. The hatchet goes deep inside of it, seemingly managing to strike a critical hit. There was also a bunch of polygons scattering all over the place. Well, for the time being I collected everything that dropped out of it. But is it really just a mud frog skin? Nothing else? It was a material used by NPCs to create armor. It wasn't even a rare drop. If I had to make a wild guess, I would say the skin off its back could possibly be a rare drop. But more importantly, it seems that the goblin hatchet was still good as a weapon, as far as mud frogs are concerned. Right, let's just equip the pickaxe as my weapon and let's start digging. Some people use pickaxes as their main weapons because of how pointy they are and the sheer versatility of its uses. You could dig up ore with them, stab someone with it, cut some tree branches. A player that knew how to properly utilize a pickaxe in battle was far more dangerous than any magic spell or trap. It's way heavier than it looks. I try to hit the ore vein, but with my current strength stat it was difficult for me to handle the pickaxe as it normally should be done. My strikes were hardly doing anything to the ore vein, and all that was happening was my stamina bar was depleted by 1/3 of its total value. But even so, after way more time than was worth it, I've managed to collect some of the ore that I wanted. Volcano Village Chief Pickaxe. My head. Chapter 15. It is frustrating when the work you put your time into is not efficient enough. Stone plain and ordinary stone gravel, although it has little to no utility as a crafting material, it can be used for other processes. Gray iron ore, it can be processed into various materials, however, without any special effects to them. Because it won't luster even when polished, it is not applicable as the ornament of any sort. Silver iron or piece of silver ore. When used in item creation, it can boost the equipment's magic power. It is silver, but it is also iron ore. Swamp fossil rock. A fossil rock that was most probably a part of some swamp monster. Fossils like that may contain the memories of the creatures that inhabited the swamps many years ago, but whether or not the memory itself proves to be of value depends solely on one's own luck. It was truly shitty, like in most of the shitty games, that I had to swing my pickaxe for such a long time to start getting results, but when I started to get them they were turning out to be totally worth it. In particular, one of the fossil stones that dropped out of a certain ore vein seemed to have a rather rare aura to it. Also, it seems that when you mine for ores and materials at certain gathering points, those points seem to become empty after a certain amount of items drop from them. Something like that happened to the stone pillar I was mining earlier, because it simply collapsed into a pile of rubble after giving me some items. Now then, whatever should I do? Oh well, Might as well go back to town and try to craft me a weapon out of the ore that I have gathered. It would be a good idea to find out just what kind of items can be made out of the materials that were currently in my possession. And if I don't have enough items, I can just take a new pickaxe and go ore hunting again. Who knows, maybe I could craft a really solid weapon out of the things I have on me. There are still plenty of pillars in the swamp for me to break down. Really now, it was truly helpful that our high school started the summer vacation period earlier than most of the other schools, since summer is the season when you can get many things done inside the game world. It was also a given that Shanfro's sales would skyrocket during the summer vacation period and that there would be a whole new wave of players coming to start their own adventure here. Once that happens, the new players are going to flood the beginner areas, and as a result all of the resources would dry up in an instant. And while there seem to be some countermeasures to prevent the players from having to wait for the gathering points to respawn, getting caught up in a situation like that, yeah, it wasn't that appealing of a scenario to me. Say, I went to gather up some more, but can I make anything out of this? Let's see here. It seems that you've managed to collect quite a lot of things indeed. I think you'll be able to craft a decent amount of items out of these materials. If you go through the swamp and collect a certain amount of materials, you would be able to craft some new items for yourself. But since the beginning players were more or less content with the starting items they received, there wouldn't be that many people out there gathering, which was making mining a little bit less stressful. Phew. Out of all of the new items that became available to me, two in particular were of interest. Swamp Dagger 10,000 mani. Dual Saw Blades 16,000 mani. Since my funds are pretty much limited at this moment, I guess I'll just buy 2 Swamp Daggers. I also sell some unwanted items from my inventory, and just like that I managed to amass the necessary amount of money needed to complete the purchase. If I wanted more money later, I could always go hunting or gathering materials throughout the swamp. Say, mister, are you dual-wielding your weapons? Yeah, I guess. It's been a while since I was able to create some weapons meant for dual-wielding. Ha. Really? I thought that the dual-wielding players wouldn't be that uncommon in this game. Anyways, I passed the materials and the money to the clerk, thus completing the transaction. The weapons should be ready around nightfall, and so I have some free time on my hands for the time being. Whatever should I do now? Oh well, might as well go and grind some levels. I went back to the marshlands. I decided that and level up for a bit to kill some time until nightfall. And since I wanted to earn me some money, I decided to hunt for the mud frogs. But even though it was just a game, one needed to stay vigilant at all times. Otherwise an untimely death would be quick to greet you. When I looked up into the sky, I saw a creature descending towards me at high speed. Was that a bird? Or maybe a plane? No, it was just a vulture-like monster, looking about ready to pick a fight with me. Thanks. Since you are coming to me, you're sparing me the trouble of aggroing you myself. Once the vulture was low enough, it tried to attack my head with its sharp talons, but I managed to dodge its attack and retaliate with an attack of my own, striking its leg with my goblin hatchet. It didn't one-shot it? I scream in surprise, and the vulture screeches in pain. The damage I dealt to it was a blow damage, but it only managed to shorten its HP bar by around 1/3. Was the goblin hatchet ineffective against monsters like that, or was it simply that its legs were especially sturdy? Whatever. Oh yeah. Even though this hatchet was brand new, its durability was draining fast against the vulture's body. I wanted to say that I was surprised, but during my hunt of the mud frogs I was going through my hatchet collection like it was nobody's business, so the only thing I could do here was to lay waste at the monster while I still had the chance. Head, wings, torso, legs again. I was slowly chipping its HP away, but for a mere monster it was especially resilient. Does this mean that mud frogs are the limit for the goblin hatchet? It surely was a little bit surreal to try to kill a flying monster with stone tools, but finally the vulture falls to the ground and explodes in the geyser of polygons, leaving only its wings behind. Now, that took some time to be done with. Wings? I check out what was left out of that vulture. Bandit vulture, a piece of bandit vulture containing its feathers. Aside from the proof of defeating the bandit vulture, this item holds no value whatsoever. It is a mere testimony of one's struggles in order to obtain it. It's totally worthless. Seeing the effort I put into the fight being laughed at, I screamed at the top of my lungs. As a matter of fact, it is impossible to keep monsters immobilized for a prolonged period of time via skill usage or magic. However, since critical strikes can cause a knockback effect that lasts for about 1 second, most small fry monsters can be perpetually stun-locked if you manage to keep on landing critical strikes on them. In theory, dual wielding can make that effect even easier, or any weapon with high critical hit chance. Keep slashing away at monsters to see for yourselves. As a matter of fact, some of the monsters with high enough level are capable of using a special attack once their HP has been depleted to a certain level. Chapter 16. A rather peculiar person. After confirming that goblin hatchet was a no-go, I decided to kill the rest of the remaining time by sleeping in real life. I was originally going to level up until the time was up, but without a proper weapon to dispose of the monsters with, those plans could very well go down the drain. Oi, mister. Is my weapon ready yet? Oh, you've come at a perfect time, boy. It's about ready. While saying that, the clerk opened up a window and the weapons were passed down onto my inventory directly, without having to give them by hand. Swamp dagger, a slightly glowing dagger made out of high quality ore found in the marshlands. It is bound to be any warrior's longtime friend. The glow of the weapon is solely dependent on the person that wields it. Each successful critical strike reduces the amount of weapon's durability that is lost by half. Now, this is a really good weapon, for sure. For me, there is no better weapon that I could use in long-term thinking. The saw blades were really powerful and had some pretty neat additional effects, but the way in which these daggers were designed worked perfectly with my playstyle, focusing on critical damage and maneuverability rather than raw power. That's right, there's something I wanted to ask. Sure, ask away, but be quick about it. I want to go to bed soon. Is there a way to restore weapons' lost durability? Now that you mention it, there are a lot of people who keep on asking me that question. Do newbies really like to take care of their weapons that much? So how about acting like a professional and leave that task to a blacksmith? One that can both repair and ascend weapons? I'm quite skilled in both of those things. So if you leave it to me, your weapons are going to be in really good care. Weapon ascension? What? You don't know about that feature? Look, boyo. I'm a blacksmith. I can craft and repair weapons, but I can also use magic to transmute them or to ascend them. Well, we blacksmiths use the word ascend, but it is just your plain good old strengthening. Seeing how this old man got fired up over his own craft, it was hard to believe that he was a genuine grown-up and not some young lad full of passion and willingness to work and learn. Having a glance at the wiki for the game, there was a buttload of secret information, statistics and parameters that each item could have to it. Looking at some of the charts there, normal weapon strengthening was able to make your items far stronger than they originally were, but ascending them would also add some additional effects to them, some of which were especially powerful and couldn't be obtained through any normal means. It was a lot of information for a newbie to process. It was certainly good to know. In other words, aside from the normal weapon growth, there was a huge number of parameters and ways in which you could make it even stronger. For me, that was more than enough. Thank you very much. I'll be sure to come back once I have the necessary money and materials. Sure thing. Best of luck out there. I say goodbye to the shop clerk and leave. Going back to the swamp, there, I decided to test out the new weapons until my inventory gets completely filled. Seriously though, why won't you just die already? Jekakakaka Gugagi Gaga. Calling their friends to help them in battle was something only monsters are capable of. I kind of underestimated just how good the graphics are in this game and ended up going through the swamp in complete darkness, until I eventually stumbled upon a pack of goblins wearing red hats that started to call their allies for help once they realized that they were going to be slaughtered. In this game, monsters appearing in the exploration zones changed depending on the time of day. For example, The Red Hat goblins weren't carrying around blunt hatchets, but rather iron short swords and finely polished stone hammers. At first there were only 2 or 3 of them. They were just goblins, so their thought processes were somewhat slow, but sometimes you could almost feel that aura of murderous intent coming off of them. They were unique monsters, and right next to their name tags there was this red exclamation mark, signalizing that their levels were higher than normal monsters around them. I thought it was a good thing that there was a system like that here. Thanks to that, the players of various levels of skill and full dive technology knowledge could enjoy themselves here, without having to worry about anything. Without that, the game could really be biased towards a certain group of players while completely omitting the rest of them. It was also amazing that they managed to implement such a system without creating some sort of bugs in the process, either combat or exploration related. My new weapons were doing a decent job at hacking away at the goblins, and once their overall HP was below the halfway point, only 1/3 of the dagger's durability gauge was emptied. As a result, I was currently being surrounded by 5 or even 6 Red Hat goblins. Now then, just how should we approach this? There wasn't a respawn point anywhere nearby, but there was also no limits to how many times the player could die in a certain amount of time. However, even after losing all of their HP and dropping dead, the player's body wouldn't just disappear immediately, instead just hanging there for a couple minutes. What's more, it was by all means possible for some third-party people to open up the deceased player's inventory before they erupted into polygons, stealing away that player's items. That was the #1 cause for park in this game. And until I managed to score myself a reliable partner that would guard my corpse upon death or cast revive at me, I wouldn't want anyone to go rummaging around my equipment and inventory. In that case, the best possible solution would be to simply escape. But truth be told, I don't want to do that. It's just a game, anyways. Really now, whatever shall I do? At that time, the Red Hat Goblin saw something to the side, raised a myriad of screams and started to run away for some reason. Was that perhaps a friendly player that decided to help me out? Guru. That delusion was quickly dispelled by the predator's roar somewhere behind my back. You encounter a unique monster, Night Prowler Lucan. Oh fuck, so it was something like that. Well, guess I'm dead, huh? Blacksmiths can have access to magic and skills tied to production and enhancement of magic weapons and armor. Any NPC can learn that magic should it choose to become a blacksmith, but they can enhance not only armor, but simple clothes as well. But in this game, blacksmiths mostly deal in weapons. Also, many players aim to become a blacksmith since that means they would be able to craft their own weapons and armor, as well as sell their products to other players as well. The seasons with an increased amount of new players is an opportunity for player blacksmiths to test their own skills and make some money while they are at it. Chapter 17, Ambush in the Night. Here is the recap of the current situation just until the unique monster showed itself. Sanraku, that is me, is in real pinch right now, as he was vastly overwhelmed by the enemies that surrounded him. There was a half-dead Red Hat Goblin A that was still standing. There was a Red Hat Goblin B that was largely intact with no real damage done to it. There was a Red Hat Goblin C, but it started to run away as soon as the unique monster showed itself. Red Hat Goblin D wanted to confront the monster, but it didn't work out so well for it exploded in a geyser of polygons a few seconds after confronting the monster. That's it. Oi, oi. Isn't that thing too op? This unique monster here has such a malicious of an aura going on about it that it is literally saying tough luck for you to encounter me, now you're all going to die. Basically, it is that kind of a monster that wipes the floor with the newbies on every single occasion. But weren't the Red Hat's unique monsters as well? I was now starting to regret wanting to go to the swamp in the middle of the night. No matter how skilled you are, the sheer difference in numbers was too much of a gap to overcome. There are such powerful and unique monsters. Its presence was so overwhelmingly menacing that I found myself unable to move. Really now, was it really possible to reproduce in such detail the feeling of being intimidated inside of a game? For some strange reason, I managed to snap myself out of it and roll to the side at the last possible moment. avoiding the incoming attack. In the next moment, a wide-open mouth with rows of sharp teeth inside it passes me by the skin of my teeth and falls onto one of the Red Hat goblins, devouring it whole with ease. The Red Hat goblin bee's meat was torn apart, its bones shattered, its innards crushed and splattered around. With just a single bite like that, the goblin was reduced to mere minced meat, its HP instantly falling to 0. It was gore in its purest form. Unique monster, Night Prowler Lucan. I see. It's called Night Prowler because it only appears at night. Although the Red Hat goblins also appeared at night and were quite strong, there was simply no comparison between the two. The goblins could never possibly hope to kill other monsters with one blow. Its body was shaped like a wolf, and while its mane was almost entirely black, there were parts of it around its mouth that were red, and its eyes were bright yellow. It was giving off an illusion that it was the mouth itself flowing through the darkness of the night. My level was around 18 at the current moment, but just how wide was the gap between me and the Night Prowler Lucan? Was it double? No, it was probably going to be triple in both levels and stats. Well, there was no possible way for me to defeat this guy, not with my current weapons and paper-thin armor. Even critical hits surely wouldn't be of any use to me right now, as it would be like trying to stab an iron plate with a toothpick. I can only run away, but will I be able to? The difference in our agility must have been tremendous as well. It was a miracle that I managed to avoid its previous attack like that. No, it wasn't that. What saved me there was probably my luck. At my current level, that was the only explanation on why I would be able to avoid an attack from a monster like that. It was only a game. So like with any other game, I might as well give it a go. I mean, there was no way a solo low-level player such as myself would be able to beat a raid-class monster like that. But it surely won't hurt me to try, right? Yeah, that's right. Just who the hell do you think I am? Bugs, glitches, difficulty spikes, unreasonably strong monsters. We gamers who conquered shitty games have overcome a whole lot of difficulties like that. Even if I am going to be one-shotted by this monster, I am damn well going to try and bring it down. You want a piece of me? Have at you, then. This is it. The fun part of this game. I am really going to enjoy myself to the fullest. But even if I'm going to lose, so what? It's an inevitable part of being a gamer. After all, stumbling upon a strong monster that you cannot hope to beat with your starting equipment alone. There's no shame in dying to something like that. I change my weapons to the pair of swamp daggers, as they are my strongest weapons for the moment, and then I assume the battle stance. You thought I was going to run away? You thought I was going to just give up and allow myself to be devoured by you? I don't know how the unique monster's AI behaves, but I surely wasn't going to play like it wanted me to. Not a chance. The monster jumped towards me. And again I managed to avoid its attack, although just barely by keeping a track of its size. It was similar to that hockey serpent, but surely it was on a whole different level. Ha ha ha, that wasn't even that big of a deal. But it was a lie. I thought I was surely going to die out there. PN, Sanraku LV, 18 class, mercenary, dual-wielding swordsman, 2000 Mauni HP, 30 MP, 10 stamina, 40 strength, 10 dexterity, 15 agility, 40 technique, 20 vitality, 1, 14 luck. 55 skills: spin slash skull pierce knuckle rush tap step side step flash counter just parry loop slash level 1. Equipment: right hand, vorpal chopper left hand, vorpal chopper head, mask of the bird eye, vitality 2, body, leather vest, vitality 4, waist, leather belt, vitality 4, feet, leather pants, vitality 4, accessories, none. Enemy name: Night Prowler Lucan LV, 165 HP MP stamina strength dexterity agility technique vitality luck skills Just parry is a truly overpowered skill which would technically allow to parry all of the enemy's physical attacks, as long as the position and timing are done perfectly right before receiving the damage. Magic attacks are excluded from that. Unique monsters are not the same as the rare monsters, and their appearance rate is significantly lower than that of rare monsters to begin with. That being said, Shangri-La Frontier tends to treat them somewhat the same. Area bosses and story bosses are enemies that you can even take on solo if you raise your level high enough, but the unique monsters such as Night Prowler are raid class monsters that you can't hope to defeat solo. As a side note, there is no clear number of unique monsters that are implemented in the game, as there are monsters that are yet to be discovered by the players. Night Prowler can be encountered anywhere in the game world during night period, and it is a rare specimen of a monster whose level exceeds a 3-digit number. Chapter 18. Being a protagonist doesn't guarantee you a boost in stats. Welp, the results were as you might have expected them. Suddenly realizing the potential that was hidden deep inside of me, pulling off some kind of revenge counter or receiving help from some overpowered high-level player. Yeah. Nothing so overly dramatic happened. Well, go figure. On the other hand, I would like to know why I was left with only 1 horsepower and I had to watch the Night Prowler slowly approach me while I was wriggling in pain on the ground. Well, I guess if you were able to overcome the difference in numbers with your player skill alone, that would mean that there was something fundamentally wrong with the game balance. If was like that, then there wouldn't be any hardcore games out there left in this world. Am I right? Now, if there is anyone who wants to say that a strange bird-headed player just got owned by a unique monster, please wait a moment. Just hear me out. I've managed to hold my ground against it for 5 minutes straight, hit it for about 200 times, out of which 110 were critical hits. But even so, I didn't manage to deplete its HP gauge at all. Ha 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 ha. Besides, its mane, rather than being your plain and ordinary fur, it was almost like it was made out of metal, and was probably as thick. As proof, the weapons that I used were almost at their breaking point, and they started with full durability gauges. Attacking this thing was similar to hitting a goddamned rock, not to mention that its skills were overpowered as well, since one of them was fixing its position on the battlefield, making it look as though it was disappearing only to appear right behind your back the very next second. Even the goblins that tried to attack it got utterly decimated in a matter of seconds, popping just like balloons from mere single strikes from this beast. And if some of them managed to land a successful attack on it, it only resulted in their weapon getting broken instantly. If there was a monster tamer somewhere nearby, I wish I could go and scout them into my party. Fuck me. This is really a good game. Strangely enough, there was nothing but the feeling of satisfaction filling out my chest for the moment. There's no doubt that the Night Prowler is strong. It is unreasonably strong, unreasonably agile and unreasonably fast, although I should be dead from all those bites I received from him, which were all critical strikes. Just to let you know, instead of being dead I was left with that mere 1 horsepower on me. Was that the effect of my high luck stat? Being able to avoid a fatal blow? I need to investigate this matter further some other time. However, its unreasonable stats and behaviors were all in the boundaries of the code by which it was programmed. And since it was made by normal people, it is certain that it was not meant to be unbeatable. Someday, I don't know when, but I will defeat you. Of that you can be sure. At that moment I realized that my gamer soul was completely on fire. I didn't even care about the last boss of the storyline of this game anymore. In this moment, the main driving force for me in this game has been decided. Just you wait for me, and don't you dare to be defeated by anyone else until I grow strong enough to take you down. Guru. Really now? This AI is something else entirely. As my HP dropped from 1 to 0, I bit my lips seeing the face of Lucan distorted in something that could only be described as a parody of a smirk. Curse mark of Lucan has been granted. As I woke up on the 2nd floor of the inn in Sakandil, I silently open up my status screen. PN, Sanraku LV, 28, 50, class, mercenary, dual-wielding swordsman, 2000 mani HP, health points, 30 MP, magic, 10 stamina, 40 strength, 10 dexterity, 15 agility, 40 technique, 20 vitality, 1, 6, luck, 55. Skills: spin slash rush slash skull pierce spiral edge knuckle rush side step side move just parry repel counter loop slash level 1 level 4 edge climb axle level 3. Equipment: right, vorpal chopper left, vorpal chopper head, mask of the bird eye, vitality 2, torso, curse of Lucan waist, leather belt, vitality 4, feet, curse of Lucan accessories, none. It seems that you get the experience points just by fighting the unique monsters. So the level went up and some attribute points to distribute were really appreciated. So it wasn't a total waste of time on my part. Some of my skills got upgraded and I received some new ones as well. Sadly, none of them seem to be op or fighting related. Lucan curse mark night prowler. Lucan favors strong enemies. Without distinguishing between good and evil, Lucan leaves his mark on those who he deems worthy. It is the mark of Lucan's prey, and even the mark alone emits Lucan's tremendous power. There is no other way to remove the mark but to defeat the one who placed it. You cannot equip armor to the slots taken by the curse mark of Lucan. Monsters whose levels are lower than that of the player bearing the curse mark will run away from the player. Curse mark of Lucan makes the player strongly resistant to other types of curses. Characters with the curse mark of Lucan will receive special dialogue options when talking with NPCs. What's that supposed to mean? The conditions for unlocking this were as follows. Do not receive any damage for 5 minutes while being in the vanguard. Do not die in one hit by insta-kill move, without the assist of spells, items or abilities. In addition, I also received a reward for a minor challenge. Deal a certain number of critical hits onto opponents with the level difference of 100 or higher. Chapter 19, Back to the Half-Naked One. In short, what was this situation that I have found myself in right now? It's simple, really. I'm back to running half-naked since I can't equip anything on my torso and legs. Weak monsters are now going to avoid encounters with me. The curse resistance may come as a pretty solid buff in the future. Does that mean my character is no longer a beginner, but an intermediate or even advanced? Isn't that something taken straight out of a shitty game? What is this? Does this mean the gods of the shitty games have finally decided to smite me for my attempt at abandoning them in favor of a better game? Is that what this is all about? Was my godly Shanfro going to take a turn for the worst shitty game possible? No. No, no. Calm down, me. Think about this carefully. In order to persevere through the shittiest of shitty games, one needed 3 basic virtues: tolerant mind to suffer through even the stupidest of scenarios, patience to overcome the broken AI, and a calm mind to withstand the saltiness of a sudden failure. Let's try to summarize the events thus far. First order of business, with 50 more ability points to dispense to my statistics. It was about time for some major upgrades. My current standing was a critical hit fighter with high luck and paper-thin defenses, so it may turn out that leveling up like that may become harder in the near future. Additionally, I don't think that the curse mark of Lucan is going to be a demerit only. Now that I think about it, what happened to that monster after the encounter had ended? Usually when monsters get far enough away from the player, they are going to disappear and reappear after some time in their initial spawning position. But how great of a distance would that be? It was something to think about, since the full dive games didn't really have loading times at all, and are very closely resembling reality. That's right. Now it would be a good time to invest some of those points in my HP and vitality, but not too much, since making myself a tank in my current position wouldn't be that efficient to begin with. What's more important here is my ability to be able to catch up to any monsters that would try to run away from me from now on. My condition: overall stamina. Some skills would be nice as well, just to be on the safe side. And yes, the fact that Lucan didn't finish me instantly and that I was left with only 1 horsepower must have been luck related. This is PN Sanraku LV 28 class, mercenary, dual-wielding swordsman, 2000 mani HP, 30 MP, 10 stamina, 50 strength, 15 dexterity, 20 agility, 60 technique, 20 vitality, 6 luck, 65 skills: rush slash spiral edge knuckle rush slide move repel counter loop slash level 4 edge climb axle level 3. Equipment: right, Vorpal chopper left, Vorpal chopper head, mask of the bird eye, vitality +1, torso, curse of luck and waist, leather belt, vitality +4, feet, curse of luck and accessories, none. It's kind of weird in a mundane way. That's not really the way I wanted to play this game at all. At this rate, my current build would leave me as a critical hit warrior based solely on luck. My defenses will continue to be paper thin and all my damage will come from critical hits and nothing more. It wasn't that bad of a concept, but currently the only real fighting skills I have are the ones that are kind of a double-edged sword and the skill that lets me accelerate my movement and attack speed for a short duration. It is enough for now, but there will come a time when I am sure to bounce off a wall that I won't be able to traverse. Still, maybe my approach for the game was wrong on the fundamental level. It is an online game after all, so why was I so adamant on playing it solo? Would my encounter with Night Prowler Lucan have turned out different if I wasn't alone? But unlike the shitty games where it was almost always mandatory to play solo since so few people were playing said games, this game has thousands of players logged in on a daily basis, so maybe forming a party wouldn't be so bad after all. No, but with my current predicament, it would surely annoy other players that they can't farm monsters because they would run away from me. The more I think about it, the more I realize that I was pretty much locked on the path of a solo player for now. Maybe there is a player out there that would be willing to help me lift that curse. Maybe some of the top players on the server. But what is the probability of such players venturing into the beginner area? Probably the same as encountering a unique monster 2 times in a row. Not to mention that both of my naked torso and legs were covered with dark bite marks. The marks of the curse. Both the vest and the trousers got damaged and disappeared during the fight, as if it's the most natural thing for them to do. No matter how many times I check in the status screen, the equipment slots taken by the curse marks are still there and are not disappearing. Guess I need to accept the fact that I was going to look like a total creep and pervert for quite some time now. Oh well, not that I can do anything about it. What would you like me to do in the face of a hardship inside of the game? Lay on the ground and cry about it? No thanks. I must say, I am really pleasantly surprised by this game. With the goal of defeating the Night Prowler Lucan in mind, my determination skyrocketed. This curse causes the protagonist to run around half-naked again, but generally there are 3 types of curses in Shangri-La Frontier. First, there are magic curses which the magic casters and some monsters can use. They are more like actual magic attacks rather than real curses. Next, there are plot curses, unique status effects granted to the player upon reaching certain plot points in the game storyline or while doing side quests. A good example would be a curse that activated during a quest like Investigate the Haunted House, which would continuously drain your sanity points for the whole duration of the investigation. Finally, there are the curse marks granted by the unique monsters. It is a system incorporated to give some sort of gratification for getting parts of your equipment destroyed, but at the same time being a huge demerit that directly interferes with the game system. However, the demerits hugely outweigh the merits. Since for example some monsters might run away from you, technically the curse marks can stack their effects, but it is not wise to do so, since the popularity of your characters with the NPCs tends to drop tremendously while under the effects of them. Even if some of the monsters may be treated as gods by the NPCs, the players that bear their curse marks are nothing more than objects of scorn and contempt. Chapter 20. An encounter with the first-class player. Hey, look, it's that player again. What is such a high-level player doing in the beginner's area? Maybe he's looking for someone, but she seems to be a female player. Really? A female player with a roughly looking avatar like that? I can work with this. Nah, just look at her. She seems to be so high-leveled that she won't even bother with looking at low levels like us. Thinking about it logically, finding a high-leveled party members would be increasingly difficult right now, since it was the beginning of the summer vacation and the number of new players would be quite high. That is why it could be considered a miracle that I was able to overhear such a conversation while strolling through town. I wouldn't think I would meet those people again so soon. So in the end, What matters is not only the level but the skills of the player as well. Apparently so. Even though we are on the same level as Sanriku-san, we couldn't attack the Vorpal bunnies as effectively as he did. They say that if you're good at VR games, you can battle even high-level monsters with ease while being a level 1 yourself. So Sanriku-san must be a veteran of games like that for sure. Lena, you keep saying that. But this isn't your first time with VR games either. Please don't say things like that. On my way from the weapon shop back to the inn, I saw a boy that was swinging around a brand new sword, accompanied by a thief girl who was smirking widely and a magician girl whose cheeks were flushed. While hearing someone rather noisy, I managed to spot the name tags walking through the streets. Now, knowing that my appearance was quite intimidating, I approached them quietly and spoke up quietly as well, so as to not startle them too much. Yes? Hi or you. I failed miserably. First of all, it was really bad manners from my side to sneak up on them like that, but at the same time, it wasn't that I was trying to hide my presence or anything, so it was kind of their fault for failing to notice me. Then again, if I was suddenly approached by a suspicious-looking person like myself, I would probably react in the same way as the trio did just now. Can't really blame them. What is it? It didn't try to attack us, so we might as well listen to what it is to say. For now, Soma's speech pattern was kind of funny, but maybe it was just an element of him role-playing his character. He turned towards his companions as if looking for their consent to the idea. You guys, have you by any chance met the player called Sanriku? Yes, that's right. In the forest area. He helped us out when we were in trouble. At first we mistakenly took him for some new kind of a monster, said Kaho while recalling the strange birdman creature jumping out of the tall grass and swiftly disposing of the Vorpal bunny. The memory brought a smile on Kaho's lips. Could you tell me where I could find him? I am pretty sure that he went towards Sakandil, right? He said that he would do that after earning a few more levels, but wasn't his level already more than appropriate to take on the giant serpent? So he's not here. Although I should be surprised by hearing that, I really wasn't. Since he was a veteran of shitty games, it wasn't all that improbable that he would do something completely unexpected like that, which normal players wouldn't even consider doing. But the fact that he was heading for Sakandil was more than enough for now. Thank you for the information. Wait just sorry. I'm kind of in a hurry. Wait. And there she goes. Kaho, did you get any of that? And what's this? Magic scroll coordinate teleportation gate. It was still a little bit early for the trio to know the true value of the object that the armored female knight gave them was a unique item that was only obtainable through a high-level quest from the endgame segment of the story. Using her inhumanly high agility, the armored knight was traversing the forest by jumping from tree branch to tree branch. Because she gave the magic scroll with the teleportation spell to those 3 newbies, she now had to walk all the way back to Sakandil. I knew that his behavior would be highly irregular, but for him to not even make a stop in the first town available in the game. The first town in the game was, like all other elements at the very beginning, a part of the tutorial. The fact that he didn't even make a stop there to set a respawn point meant that he must have broke through the exploration zone and defeat the area boss without dying even once. The giant serpentoki was not a hard boss, that is if you take your time to learn its attack patterns and be mindful of the poison-inducing dung balls it was throwing at you. Still, to beat that boss on your very first day of playing the game was quite an achievement to perform. One that would be quite impossible without excessive grinding for levels. The armored knight continued to jump from tree to tree, taking the shortest route possible, and before even 2 minutes managed to pass, she was at the end of the exploration zone, where the giant serpent awaited her. Of course, she dealt with him without even stopping for a second. Highest strength. Common enchanted hellflame. Common apocalypse. The first ability gave her a huge boost to her strength statistic. The second one applied the fire element to her sword. And finally, the third one was the ultimate magic attack that managed to blow the great serpent away with one strike. I want you to be able to clear bosses with ease like that. To have a shuttle runs like that together. Behind the armored knight, The body of the giant serpent was cut vertically in half while still trying to maintain the intimidating pose. Fortunately for every newbie out there, it was the afternoon, about lunchtime, so no one really witnessed that. Once defeated, area bosses for one zone will respawn after some time or after you make a respawn point in the next city. Shuttle run is the process of defeating the boss, forcing it to respawn and then defeating it again over and over again. Chapter 21. A unique chain reaction. Welp, since I cannot really do anything serious until my death penalty wears off, I decided to go and have my weapons fixed. For the current moment they were the only weapons with appropriate damage output that would allow me to take on strong enemies, so if I can restore their durability, then that is what I want to do. I was planning on visiting the old blacksmith, but closed. It says, yeah, it makes sense that a store like that would be closed during the middle of the night, since it wasn't a convenience store and all. But was it really necessary for NPCs to behave like normal human beings? Not that all of that thinking of mine was magically going to change the sign from closed to open. For now, maybe I'll wait with restoring the weapons until morning. I say that to myself, but in reality I was one of those people who couldn't be satisfied with the state of their own equipment until it was fully restored and operational. Not to mention that it would feel downright awkward to move around with damaged weapons. However, there was nothing I could really do about it, so I had to leave the necessary repairs for the clerk first thing in the morning. You could say that I am lucky even though I may seem unlucky. NNGH. All of the trivial thoughts shut down when I look around aimlessly and eventually see something peculiar entering my field of vision. I guess if other people saw me like that they would think I'm acting awfully suspicious, but my eyes follow that foreign object that I managed to notice. Just then, there was something in the gap between the buildings, inside of a shady back alley, the one that you would never like to go to in real life. Something that apparently only I could see, and it was beckoning me. Vorpal Bunny? No. Vorpal Bunny is a biped that is holding two knives in its paws. Since they are monsters they are naked, but this one that was beckoning me was wearing an expensive-looking outfit, accompanied by a top hat, monocle and a golden pocket watch. But where have I seen something like that before? Oh yeah, that's right. Alice in Wonderland. Can monsters really pop up in the middle of the city like that? But even if it is possible, why would a monster just beckon random passers-by towards itself? It was impossible to enter battle mode in the middle of the town. For now, it might be worth my while to follow it. It looks like a rare enemy, so if I manage to defeat it, it may drop something really nice. The moment I thought that, there was a window suddenly popping out right in front of my face. Do you want to start a unique side quest invitation to the bunny country? Exclamation mark. I managed to stop myself from exclaiming my surprise out loud and look around. Fortunately it was the middle of the night and people were busy doing other things, and the fact that it was right behind the closed weapon shop made it so that hardly any players could be seen in the vicinity. Unique quests. That is the element that makes Shanfro such a godly game, and it is one of its more distinctive features. The conditions for unlocking them are unknown. The conditions for accepting them are unknown as well. The rewards from such quests are the best that can come around. Shanfro's main storyline revolves around the idea of developing the world, but there are countless other side quests to that main plotline. Unique quests are one of said elements, but nobody knows how many there are or how you trigger them. However, the rewards for clearing said quests are way better than anything that you could buy or that drop from monsters normally, and there was even a guild out there whose whole purpose for existing was finding as many unique quests as possible. At least that's what I heard from other players while I was still playing shitty games, posted all over the internet forums dealing with comparing this game to that game. Is this perhaps that thing that people call the irony? Sure, it may have been unfortunate that I was killed by the night prowler and lost 2 of my equipment slots as a result, but maybe thanks to that I was now able to accept this unique quest. And while I know that I am going to eventually reclaim my lost equipment slots, it was still a little bit discouraging. And while my Vorpal knives were in no condition to fight right now, I still had an abundance of goblin hatchets and a pair of swamp daggers resting in my inventory. Right, Let's give this unique quest a go. While thinking it was a chain reaction of lucky events started by encountering the night prowler Lucan, I happily pushed the yes button on the window. Because of that I was unable to read the description of the quest that was right next to its name, and was almost immediately transported into a totally different area. Quest name: Invitation to the Bunny Country. Recommended level LV80. The flags for triggering the unique scenarios are not all known and can be really specific, such as achieving a high enough level. That is why it is not all that uncommon for the players who have received such quests to intentionally conceal their requirements. Last but not least, those quests are not repeatable or available for everyone. It is a double-edged sword, so when you decline it initially, some other players might snatch them away from you. Chapter 22. The front is back, but the back is even further back. Apparently one of the conditions for this unique quest to appear was to defeat an enemy with a high enough level while using Vorpal-type weapon and then follow the messenger from the bunny country that appears in a specific spot in each city, the rabbit head. So I was now following the running rabbit head, being mindful as to not lose sight of it. Apparently their country was being attacked by some kind of demonic serpent, and getting rid of said monster would reward you with magic that would enhance any of the Vorpal-type weapons in your possession. The effect of that enhancement was supposed to be a higher chance to score a critical hit against the opponent with higher level than your own. That would make it very useful against boss monsters, so honestly speaking for me this quest was worth clearing. Incidentally, the monster with a high enough level that was defeated with a Vorpal-type weapon was none other than the giant Serpentoki, the boss of the Forest of Looming Danger. On a side note, the bunny country was a country whose entire population was nothing but bunnies, so it was a must-see for every bunny enthusiast out there. The quest was giving you a unique respawn point, a town called Rabbits, but after clearing the quest the town would disappear, so you could only visit it during the story of this particular quest. That was the gist of the unique quest Invitation to the Bunny Country, which I read sometime later on the internet. I must say, the fate of the whole Rabbits is in your hands now. You who had the courage to challenge that black wolf and lived to tell the tale, not to mention the ability to continuously score critical hits on it without suffering the death blow yourself. This is the true embodiment of the Vorpal soul. One that all of us bunnies can truly admire, but it ultimately managed to get me. So I don't know about all that praise. That is not important here. After all, that wolf is the ultimate kind of predator, one that can even devour dragons as if they were nothing more than mere snacks. This rabbit, it was honestly kind of annoying. I wanted to see you so badly, that was the first line it said upon seeing me. No, it's not that. More than annoying, it was really surprising. I was honestly expecting it to pose as a friendly NPC only to attack me suddenly when the opportunity would present itself. I mean, why was a Vorpal bunny an NPC in the first place? Vorpal bunny with drooping ears and threaded cane that it was using to support himself while walking? Talk about a peculiar choice in character design. And surely, it was said that the curse of Lucan would affect the conversations with NPCs, but I didn't think it would be something quite like that. I mean, I expected it to be negative, not a positive correction. Not to mention that the curse mark on your body proves that the Night Prowler has recognized you as a worthy opponent, not a simple fodder. This is Eckham. I was so thrilled upon hearing that I really wanted to meet you in person. Is that so? Mister. My name is Emule, pleased to make your acquaintance. Yet again, I think that the AI of this game is amazing. How was that even possible? Most shitty games wouldn't even respond to you unless you used Keigo, a very formal form of speech in Japanese language, and even then the AI could be really unresponsive. This game was something else. Say, Emule-san, I have killed quite a lot of Vorpal bunnies myself. Are you really okay with someone like me? Doesn't that make you angry with me? Ahaha, now. Normally it isn't that commendable of a thing to do, but we are all firm believers in the survival of the fittest. If those bunnies ended up dead, it simply means that they weren't strong enough to be able to survive in the vast world out there. While Emil gave me his rather harsh view on the subject of life and death, we have arrived at the end of the back alley. It was a rather small space in between other buildings, one that you would never be able to arrive at without proper guidance. There was a magic circle of sorts carved into the wall out here. Without delay, the bunny went to the wall and began to touch it with its small hands. Please wait for just a moment. Teleport gate. Ooh. Upon touching the wall and saying the words, the wall changed into a gate of sorts, with that really hazy space right in the middle of it. You see, I am the only one who is capable of creating a gateway between this world and the bunny court. Now, let us go, Sanriku-san. Ha! Did I even introduce myself to you? Fufafu. You shouldn't underestimate our information gathering skills, Sanriku-san. Now that I think about it, it all must have come from the metadata that the game was storing. Following Emule-san, I entered through the portal. When I passed through the gate, everything seemed so fluffy. We get quite a few human visitors in rabbits, but you are the first human ever to have set foot here in the bunny court. I look around while Emule says that, and everyone present here were indeed Vorpal bunnies. I try to bring a smile to my lips. If his words are true, then this must mean I am the first person ever to have satisfied the conditions to activate this quest. I know that this was an MMORPG and that the community aspect of those games are strong, but personally, I don't think that people should share every single bit of information between themselves. First of all, every single player is your potential enemy. When it comes to PvP rankings, information monopoly? Perfectly fine. After all, if you have acquired some information yourself, nothing obliges you to share it with everybody else. When PvP is involved, looting, surprise attacks and betrayals are your new reality instead of jolly cooperation. So many shitty games have utilized that logic that it may have already left its mark on me. Behold, the ruler of all Vorpal bunnies, Cashier-sama in person. Suddenly Emule's speech became much more polite and dignified, a trait that was so unbecoming of his looks that it almost seemed to be strange. In the next moment, all of the bunnies stood straight while the giant door began to open. Now then, let's see what this Cashier-sama has to say to me. Vorpal bunny is the rare monster that can appear in almost every single area of the game, and it can provide a fresh source of EXP points to new players, as well as those who want to level up quickly. Chapter 23, The Bunny Fur, the ruler and a half-naked human. Cashier-sama. I have brought you a human with the soul of a true Vorpal bunny. Emule. That's good to hear. This place was not what I expected it to be. I was expecting the Western-style throne room, but instead I got a strange variation of a Japanese-style room with a floor covered with tatami mats. A huge amount of female bunnies here were giving the place a somewhat harem-like vibe. But the bunny that was at the center of the room felt quite powerful. Not as powerful as the night prowler, mind you. Unlike other bunnies, it was the size of a human being, but its round eyes and fluffy white fur all over its body were heavily contrasting with his baritone voice. It also had quite a lot of scars all over its body, which was making him feel quite powerful and intimidating. However, I could also feel that he was really wise and understanding. My name is Wysash. I am currently the ruler of all bunnies in this country. Wysash smiles as he says that. Even for Shanfro, which was rooted in medieval-type fantasy, he seemed extremely out of place. Not to mention that for a poor herbivore he looked rather carnivorous right now. I heard that you managed to put up quite a fight against that black puppy and that you were even marked by him. You must possess a true Vorpal soul inside of you. They kept on speaking about that Vorpal soul thingy, but could somebody please explain to me what it actually is? Maybe if my warriors were training as diligently as you, they would have the same kind of Vorpal soul in them, but I guess there's nothing that can be done about it now. That being said, would you be willing to train my soldiers? Fumu. So in short, was this supposed to be a training type quest? If so, I am really looking forward to seeing just what kind of reward I am going to get for clearing it. But to be suddenly asked by the ruler himself to train his soldiers. That's right. I have no real reason to refuse your request. So if you are fine with someone like me, then I'll gladly help. I said that as politely as I could, while bending my knee in front of the king. Upon seeing that, he was so shocked that he dropped down every single carrot that he was holding in his hands and had been eating one by one up until now. You are ha 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 ha. This is just golden. I see, that's right. That is exactly right. So you are going to help us in our plea? Wonderful. You are ha 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 ha. Judging by the dialogue, probably nothing would have happened if I were to be disrespectful towards him, but his tone of voice right now was no mockery either. Rather, it was a pure joy combined with praise for my politeness. I like your attitude. I really like your attitude right there. You can call me Wysash. I'll allow it, since you managed to pique my interest. Why? Yeah. Apparently I managed to get on the ruler's good side, which was a good thing, I guess. I wonder if there's going to be some bonus EXP for that, or is it going to go unnoticed? Just like in any other shitty game. Emule, you are the one who found this interesting guy? Great. Now continue to assist him in any way possible. Why yes. I shall do my very best. This Wysash guy. Honesty, I had a hard time describing my feelings about being assisted by the bunny, but oh well. Although I don't like companions like that, maybe him being there will unlock some hidden options during this quest. You never know. For now, the condition for clearing this quest seemed to be as follows: to train some people to become stronger and to get rid of some strong opponents. I shall also see if this quest is intended for low-level or high-level players, because that is going to be important. Sanraku. I will show you around the bunny court. Please follow me. Yeah, right. On that note, this is the training field on which you can train to improve your Vorpal power. It was a field where a bunch of bunnies were training, landing their critical hits with various weapons on straw scarecrows. Long story short, it was one giant mess of a training field. Most of their weapons were kitchen knives and small daggers, but there were also bunnies that tried to smash the scarecrows' heads with giant sledgehammers. Does that mean there are Vorpal bunnies like that further into the game? But it didn't end on just the sledgehammers. There were also spiked maces, floorboards with rusted nails sticking out of them, saw blades. A whole bunch of weapons taken straight out of a horror movie. And seeing such cute bunnies carrying such weapons was a grotesque sight indeed. His Majesty always complains that our warriors look really weak, even though they are ferocious Vorpal bunnies. That's why I want you to train them so that they could all eventually take on a dragon all on their own. That's kinda like forcing low-level players to take on a Grim Reaper. What's that? Scary. That huge trap seems like a device out of a survival horror game. And is that a pressure plate? And spikes? It's kind of a double-edged sword, but it looks so cool. I want it. Are you interested in that particular device, Sanraku-san? It is indeed quite powerful, but in order for you to use it properly you need quite a bit of skill. Seriously? So that would require you to become a trapper or something like that? Or maybe not? Maybe my high luck could compensate for the lack of actual skill. I am yet to get any rewards from this quest, but I already get the feeling that I am going to benefit from doing it quite a bit. Favorability of the NPCs is a really important matter. If their affection is high enough, one can obtain additional information during the dialogues, or even the NPCs can go out of their way to collect information for the player. Many information shops run by the players contain information gathered from various NPCs. Chapter 24, Balance of Games and Real Life. Phew. Waking up, I can see the rays of morning sun entering my room through the gaps in the closed curtains. Even though I knew it, it was still hard for me to believe that I was playing Shanfro all night long, and dear God, if it wasn't for health issues, I would love to stay logged in forever. But that being said, playing all day long was something I couldn't do. So I drank some water, took the empty bottle with me and went down into the kitchen. Good morning. Good morning to you as well. It seems that even though you are playing so much you're still keeping your sense of time and reality about you. But logging out is really harsh. There was once a time that I lost all of my data after forgetting to save after nearly 8 hours of playtime without a break. And as the aftermath of that I was unable to taste food properly for some time. So in order to not repeat that tragedy ever again, I set some iron rules for myself to follow, and so far I was doing a good job at abiding by said rules. Even though the console itself was equipped with a battery in case of a sudden power outage, repeating such a marathon of gaming would be potentially hazardous for my health. Other people would often voice concerns over the way of upbringing in our house, but that is only because it was decided that the family members could freely cultivate their own hobbies without having to worry about the interference or critique from other people. So far this way of living was proving to produce satisfactory results. My father, Senji, loves fishing on an almost pathological level, and every month he's using a part of his salary to go on fishing trips. My mother is a huge maniac of insects of any kind, and she is quite a famous researcher in that field. She even managed to write a groundbreaking article regarding the population of butterflies in South America. I, of course, am an avid gamer. I spent most of my free time on playing VR video games. My little sister, Rumi, is a fashion nut and she begged our parents to have a second separate room just for clothes. She likes to buy at such an astounding pace that her monthly allowance was unable to keep up with her overall expenses. So just to be able to buy the clothes she wanted, she now works as a part-time model almost every single day. If I remember correctly, lately she's been featured in some really popular fashion magazine. It seems that our family circumstances are what you might call far from normal, because when I told this to my homeroom teacher back in middle school he responded by insisting on having a conference with my parents. It was a total waste of my time, because we also had a rule at our house that stated that we eat our meals together and spend Sundays as a whole family together. What about you, Dad? I went fishing yesterday. In fact, I just got back. There was a time when Dad had to sell some of his fishing rods because he had received a penalty for fishing a swordfish in a place where it was prohibited to do so. For a while he was even refraining from fishing in all out of fear, but the swordfish he caught was indeed delicious. The truth is, every member of the family added something of our own to help out, either by selling clothes, my sister, selling some rare butterflies to collectors, Mother, or selling the limited versions of the shitty games that were still in my collection, myself. Since then we all keep an eye out for one another, but our relationship is good and healthy. Really, now that I'm back, I managed to catch some really good carp. Maybe I'll ask Mother to make us some tempura for tonight. Good morning. Oh, Dad, are you back? Is that a tuna you have there? I wish it would be like that, but with my current equipment and in this area it is impossible to catch one. And how are you lately? I've started playing this new game and I'm really enjoying it so far. I started working part-time as a model. Dad has a track record of going to distant places to fish, and on one such trip he claims that he managed to catch a bluefish tuna. Allegedly it was truly massive, but he had no way to know for sure. And since Mom would often travel to collect butterflies and insects, Dad's escapades were really on an acceptable level. Recently there were more people caught fishing for swordfish, so I think that I am going to quickly become friends with those people. Miso soup with rice, natto, grilled supreme. Since our household has a fishing maniac, we were always having a variety of fish dishes to try out since we were young. Mother joins us as well after tending to her butterflies and the whole family can enjoy their meal. Usually we would discuss our hobbies and interests, and sometimes the topics would shift to grades, school and work. After breakfast, we all return to our own little world. Next time we meet it is probably going to be around 7 p.m. for dinner. Since Mom and Dad go to work and little sister goes out to her part-time job, and even though some of the neighbors were worried that I was being neglected, I am still a proud member of this family, so please don't call Child Protective Services on our house. A mail. Before I managed to get back to Shanfro, my phone rang, informing me that I received an email. It was all possible because my mobile phone was linked with my headgear. Now, when we talk about my gaming friends, there was really one possible option as to who it might have been: Modorokatsu, my online best friend. We've never met in real life but we know each other well enough to exchange mails and messages, but we rarely play together because our tastes in games differ as much as day and night. But we do consult one another if we happen to come across walls of any kind in our games that we cannot jump over on our own. Subject: I bought it as well from Modorokatsu to Sanraku Body. I bought Shanfro as well. Where are you? I can meet you if you want. So, Modorokatsu bought Shanfro as well? Who would have thought? I know for sure that he's a professional gamer, but is his time management going to be alright? Nowadays professional gamers can undergo as rigorous of a training regimen as athletes. They are not yet established as an Olympic Games discipline, but Modoro Katsu himself believes that we are slowly getting there, and wasn't a tournament drawing close. Oh well, let's just inform him that currently I am right in the middle of a unique quest, so he knows in advance. There was also one more message. This one was from Subject. Is it going to rain tomorrow as well? From Pencil Warrior 2, Sanraku Body. I heard it from Modorokatsu. But is it true that Sanraku, the legendary shitty games hunter, tried something new? Shanfro no less. Aren't you hungry? Are you allergic to anything? I'm a high-level player in Shanfro, so once you reach 5th year, we can go hunt together. It was nothing but a friendly chatter, but the perspective of reaching 5th year was truly tempting, since then I could gain a powerful ally in my battle against the Night Prowler. Also, I should send him an image of Emule sometime later. Anyways, maybe I should collect some information before logging in again? It wouldn't hurt to do so, especially since the game was way more complex than I was initially thinking. I guess my family would be worried about my well-being if I only had friends with whom I couldn't even meet. And please don't worry about our social skills and abilities. Us gamers need to maintain them at a pretty high level in order to communicate and search for information. Chapter 25. Increased level equals less freedom. After looking over the bunny's training ground for a short while, I was able to understand a few things. First, even though this unique quest led me to rabbits, there is no unique side quest here in the bunny court. Of course, the existence of vorpal bunnies such as Emule or Wysash are a secret that only I know of, and unless I share that information it will still be a secret. Second, the unique monsters seem to be amongst the 7 ultimate beings of this game, that you can sometimes hear the NPCs mention or find entrances about them in books. So far, the players only managed to find 4 of them. They are as follows. Night Prowler Lucan, Kitanid of the Abyss, Siegvm of the Divine Realm, Reverberating Orchestra. Both Lucan and Siegvm are monsters which can be met via random encounters outside the starting area, so it looks like my encounter with Lucan was really just a matter of an awfully high, or in that case low, luck. However, unique monsters, unlike normal encounters, will always give you EXP for as long as you fight them, and the new players are almost certain to be wiped out in one blow. Third, apparently there was a commemoration event currently going on, celebrating the fact that Shangri-La Frontier has exceeded total number of 30 million active players on a worldwide scale. The first town of the game was overflowing with newbies, so it would be wise to move on to the next areas as soon as possible, for both leveling and my personal comfort's sake. Getting constantly distracted with side quests meant that you are going to neglect the main storyline, a fact that seemingly slipped my mind upon starting playing Shanfro. You finally woke up. Good morning, Sanraku-san. Oh, I see. I was asleep here, not there. I woke up inside of an inn in Rabbits, not Sikandil. I don't know if he was by my side all along, but upon waking up, I could see Emule jumping up beside my bed as well. Just out of sheer curiosity, can we go back to Sikandil during the duration of this quest? Of course you can, but I'm afraid that time is of the essence here. Thanks, teleporting bunny, I guess. Right then, I want to go back to Sikandil for a bit, but I will continue this quest, so rest assured. Understood. Well then, I shall wait here. So we went to some back alley. Emule chanted teleportation gate just as he did yesterday, and we emerged in the back alley of Sikandil in an instant. Right, for starters, I should definitely go to the weapons shop and have my equipment repaired. Oh, yes, that's right. I almost forgot. Please, put this on, Sanraku-san. What the hell? Emule suddenly jumped on my neck and put some kind of a strange collar around it, to which I violently protested. This is the Vorpal Soul Collar. It will be automatically equipped on you. Oi, oi, oi. Forcing me to equip some items is no different from making them a cursed item. For now, let us open the status screen and see what the effects of this blasted thing are. Vorpal Soul Collar, a special item created by order of the King of the Bunnies, It cannot be worn without receiving King's approval first. While being worn, the collar is going to double the EXP points the player receives upon slaying monsters. Weaklings need extraordinary means to acquire strength to overcome extraordinary hardships. Wait, just what is this? Hey, you furball, explain this. It's simple, really. The Vorpal Soul will always be there for you. But I'm asking you, what is this Vorpal Soul? No, I am quite sure that it is something that is quite difficult to grasp as a concept. But to be able to amass EXP twice as fast, wasn't that a little bit broken? No. Thinking about it carefully, it is something that is the absolute top effect you can have in a game, one that can make you really overpowered in a relatively small amount of time. So yeah, it may actually be broken. No, I won't really know unless I give it a try in a real fight. Thinking about it now, I haven't been fighting all that much since I was attacked by Night Prowler Lucan. Because of that, I had no idea how actually the demerits of the curse were affecting me. Sanraku-san, would you like to try going to a different town? I can even lend you a hand. The NPC Emule wants to join your party. Do you accept? This game is truly well made. I wanted to try going solo into the swamps again, but for now that idea can wait. It was surely a surprise, but not an unwelcome one. I could literally feel my motivation raising. I will keep on doing my best in this game. I gladly accept the offer. Much obliged. Thinking about it now, there were lots of flags that were screaming that Emules joining my party would get me into trouble, but at the time I was unable to see any of those flags. Aside from the EXP enhancing items, there are also items that double the amount of skill points you gain upon level up. You cannot get items like that around the first few cities, but high-level players know of places where you can obtain them later on. Chapter 26. Onslaught of the Irresistible Force. First things first, it was not sent to me by a party member or a friend, but it was a screenshot of a certain game forum made by someone without prior experience with online games. This forum was full of threads dedicated to various games, Shanfro included. There was a certain extent there, which is included below. Saint Samo Advanced Players Teach the Basic Stuff to Beginners Part 81 Cute 74 Aranoi Isle, Fist. Since I heard that this thread is full of experienced players, I would like your opinions and tips on certain matters. I saw that some players can dual wield. I saw this really cute frog, but is there a way for me to make it my friend? Image included. 75 Ad. Top. If you want to change your profession, you must at least reach Sixberg to do so. Looking on how many times I keep telling this, I should make a template out of this. 76 Curry Jones. Top. What's this? That's not it. 77 Exceed. Top. www. What's the deal with this half-naked player with a bird mask? Report the guy. www. 78 Thunder Nut. Top. No, wait, I've seen this guy and Vorpal Bunny before. He's currently roaming half-naked in Fifthsia. 79 Super Alloy Tofu. Top. Stop running naked www and buy at least basic armor. Why are you even dressed like that? Trying to come off as a monster or something? 80 Basashamushi. Top. The leader of our clan was trying to communicate with Sigwim, but it didn't work. 81 Thunder Nut. Top. It may not work on unique monsters, but Vorpal bunnies may be a different story. 82 Animalia. Top. Maybe he wanted to domesticate some other animals aside from a dog or a cat? Come on, developers, implement some more pets. 83 Ad. Top. And it can't be a cheat as well, since this game's anti-cheat protocols are just nuts. It would take a whole team of extremely skilled hackers to cheat the game's system, and they would require at least 3 days to do so. They would get caught by reverse tracking in even less than half of the time. So there you have it. 84 Fresh Zombies. Top. Lots of high-level people are active here. Is this a sneak photo? Judging from the angle, it surely wasn't taken with the person's permission. 85 Animalia. Top. Sanraku, that name rings a bell. He is supposed to be at Sakandil. I'm heading there right now. 86 Thunder Nut. Top. Take action early, otherwise it might get scary. 87 Dried Bread Vi. Top. I mean, the dressed up bunny is cute and all, But what's the deal with those tattoos? Surely it's not an option from the character creation menu. 88 ad. Top. I've seen it somewhere before, but I can't really remember. 89 super alloy tofu. Top. It's probably a unique paint or markings. And this picture was definitely taken without permission. If that player was not wearing that mask, this would be a clear violation of privacy and a bunch of other laws, which is a bannable offense. As for this thread, it seems it was deleted from the main page, but it is still spreading. 90 Aaron Oil. Top. Really? I thought you could take as much screenshots as you like. 91 Nut. Top. To 90 you. I know that this thread is anonymous and all, but man, there are limits of stupidity that you are clearly passing right now. 92 Thunder Nut. Top. To 90 I am talking about whether or not this shot was taken without permission. 93 Super Alloy Tofu. Top. To 90 it wouldn't hurt to get acquainted with netiquette, don't you think? 94 Aaron Oil. Top. I didn't know. Would it be alright if I asked for permission now? 95 Curry Jones. Top. He probably was trying to conceal information, so tell me, Saint Sama, what are you going to do if he doesn't give you permission? And maybe his attire is for some extreme agility build? Since he was at Sakandil, there are a lot of mud frogs there, so he would have a lot of materials for crafting. 96 Ad. Top. Wait. I remember now. 97 Yuki Joy. Well, what are you waiting for? Don't leave us hanging. 98 Ad. Top. This is without a doubt a curse. One that gives you both merits and demerits while occupying certain slots of your equipment corresponding to places that were afflicted by the curse. 99 Thunder Nut being cursed in 2 places at once? Is that even possible? 100 Aaron Oil. Top. The blacksmith says that it is the proof that you have been recognized as a worthy prey by the night prowler. 101 Basar Mushi. Top. Emperor of the Night. One of the strongest unique monsters. Night Prowler Lacan. 102 Ad. Top. Wow. 103 Thunder Nut. Top. If I remember correctly, there were reports stating the doggy was seen on the outskirts of Sakandil. But don't try to change the subject as you please. 104 Yuki Joy. Top. Is it really the strongest of the unique monsters? 105 Super Alloy Tofu. Top. Even if it wasn't, it is still unique, meaning that only a handful of people managed to face against him in combat. And it seems that even if a dozen people form a raid party against it, it always manages to beat them into a bloody pulp. 106 Curry Jones. Top. Puppy can also teleport, so it's all dependent on the RNG. 107 Animalia. Top. I have reached 10 bet. 108 Ad. Top. I can join you, but I'm in 5th year at the moment, doing some guild business, so you'd have to wait for a bit. 109 Basasha Mushi. Top. Spread the news and search the other forums under the unique monsters topic. Maybe we'll find some intel on the bird mask guy. I feel sorry for the guy that someone without proper netiquette knowledge exposed him, but that's life, I guess. 110 Dried Bread Vi. Top. Even though he's under the curse's influence, this outfit is way too perverted for my taste. Although if I had hobbies like that I would probably want to wear masks at all times as well as to avoid getting recognized. 111 Onslaught. Top. Can I respawn kill the guy? Pretty please. 112 Curry Jones. Top. Hey, maybe the guy was forced to dress like that? You don't know that. So cut him some slack, will you now? 113 Ad. Top. Heya, Onslaught. It seems that you are on a straight way for getting yourself a nice little bounty for Park from the NPCs, but can you actually do that? Besides, you know the penalties for Park, right? Losing all of your items, stolen or normally acquired, and confiscate all of your money and stored items. Plus it makes you a target for other players. It's a serious business. 113 Super Alloy Tofu. Top. Park Guild is called Ashura Kai and PKK Guild is called Tigers. Am I right? Kinda ironic in a mundane way, don't you think? IDK about you, but my food always tastes better after I kill some rare monsters or watch PKs go down. 114 Sega 100. Top. I would actually like to meet with him and talk to him. Maybe he could give me some advice regarding the unique monsters or dual wielding. I also sympathize with him for having the information about him disclosed without his permission, but now there's actually nothing you can do about it. 115 Basasha Mushi, Top, oi, oi. This is getting out of hand, guys. I don't like the direction in which this conversation is going, so maybe it's time to stop. Huh? And Arin Oil? Just how were you able to get this close to Sanraku? Were you a member of his party? Or maybe you're a pervert who likes to stalk people? 116 Thunder Nut, Top. A single picture does not qualify for ban. Maybe he wanted to have people go after Sanraku so that he could take them down and cash in all of the prize. So maybe we should hunt him down in return? What do you say, guys? After all, sharing is caring. 117 Arin Oil, Top. I'm so sorry, please forgive me. 118 Tanuros, Top. I want to start role-playing my character, and in order to use the bulletin boards in the game, you need to be a member of a guild first and foremost. In other words, the main character is, Chapter 27, Tag Team, NPCN, mmorpg, 56 Job, Magician, Vorpal Bunny Traveler HP, 125 MP. 655 stamina, 80 strength, 30 dexterity, 71 agility, 50 technique, 70 vitality, 35 luck, 85 skills, beast step tap step critical focus magic, coordinated teleportation gate coordinated teleportation bunny battle gate random encounter level 2 magic edge level 7 additional cast add spell level 5, equipment. Weapon, Wise Gang Head, Observer's Monocle Torso, Ceremonial Clothing Waist, Ceremonial Clothing Feet, Ceremonial Clothing Accessories. The Secret Ring of the Vorpal Bunny. I know that it was just a game, but the fact that this little bunny had stats that were bigger than mine was really depressing for some reason. No, I shouldn't dwell on it like that. Even though I was wearing a mask on my face, Emil looked like he saw right through me. I only shake my head as to ease his worries, and together we venture right into the swamp, where very few people were at this hour. But still, whatever shall we do, Sanraku-san? It looks as though the curse is keeping all of the monsters away. Actually, I have already thought about a countermeasure for that. What countermeasures? There's a mud frog right there. Wah! I notice the mud frog in the distance, sneak near it outside of its vision range and start running with all of my might. When the mud frog noticed me entering its vision range, it tried to make a run for it, but it was too slow. Why do you think I dumped all of those precious points into agility? Huh? Too slow. Since stepping into the swamp would lower my movement speed, I arrive at the edge of the swamp and jump into the air, shortening the rest of the distance between us. Then I managed to knee the frog right in its face, since it was the only part that was sticking outside of the swamp's mud. To compensate for my abysmal strength, I try to pin it down to the ground, and since the game's engine was correctly recreating the laws of physics, the frog was left unable to move. Mud Frog was doing its best to break free, but it only managed to turn over before I stabbed it with my daggers for ludicrous amounts of critical damage. Being hit in its belly, its weak point. The mud frog screams in pain and then shatter into a geyser of red polygons. Phew. I guess this is the best thing I can do for now. You are Sanraku-san. You were like a real monster there just now. Hey, that wasn't nice of you. I thought it might be bad. But there was one fortunate thing in my current position. Since the weight of my equipment was lessened, I didn't have to worry about my movement speed, and I could focus on catching up to my unaware enemies and finishing them with critical strikes. This carnivorous animal-like tactic was my best weapon in my current predicament. The only thing I need to worry about is managing my stamina bar while I'm aiming for those sweet critical strikes, sprinting like mad before eventually striking the opponent when it was least expecting it. This tactic was proving itself to be rather effective against opponents with low agility. As you can see, this is what we are going to be doing for a while now. Yay, yan. Anyways, onwards to the area boss. Are we really going with that all of a sudden? I don't know why he sounded so surprised. I was telling him that from the very beginning. We are only going to take down the rare monsters on our way. We are not going to waste time on small fries, since this area is going to become pretty much clogged sooner rather than later. Before that happens, I would like to go to the next area. The feeling of moving your body in this game was truly different to all the other games I have played so far. Although the movements still felt a bit awkward compared to the real world, not many games out there could say that they allowed the players to grasp the gist of movement controls in such a short amount of time. Usually it would be hard for new players to get used to the controls over the duration of the first few towns, resulting in much slower progress than some would have liked. For the shop clerks, a huge amount of people in one town would be a dream come true when speaking business. But since the vast majority of them were there for the same reason, there was the possibility of the exploration zones becoming trafficked really fast. What would be the countermeasures against that happening? And how was the situation right about now? If you wanted to clear the unique quests without tissues, picking the towns with high capacity as your main hub would be ideal. For example, apparently the next town was double or even triple the size of Sikandil. We are not going to stop until we reach Thirdrima, and since you are an agility type just like me, try not to fall behind, alright? But running around like mad is not really my forte. That line is not something a bunny should ever say. Let us go to the place that lies beyond the area boss, the town of Thirdrima. Chasing down the escaping monsters only because you have a high agility is not a very valid strategy during the early and middle stages of the game. It doesn't apply to all monsters out there, but many high-level monsters can run at speeds that far exceed the running speed of players. Chapter 28, Target Spotted. Not here either. The armored knight lets out a sigh as if trying to alleviate the disappointment she was feeling at the current moment. In fact, there were traces of him being there. For example, there was a certain high-level player here who was a member of the Tempura Knights Guild who claimed that he saw someone who looked just like Sanraku, but no matter where she looked outside of the inn, Sanraku was nowhere to be found. She has even forsaken playing and is sitting outside the inn waiting for him to appear at some point. Just when she was starting to worry that something might have happened to him, she received an email. The clan's message board. One of the clan's additional features aside from a dedicated building and NPCs that would keep the clan members' items safely stored, was a private message board that only clan members could use. And contrary to normal email or text messages, they were being delivered in real time, without any time lag. Armored Knight read through the message board that was full of other clan members' messages, and upon reading she could feel her heart coming to a stop more than a few times. To Sega Zero, sorry for asking so suddenly, but I need your help with locating a certain person. There's a player I would wish to scout, so please help me find him. His location is near Sikandil, and he's a new player with a bird mask on his face and curse marks on his torso and legs. His name is Sanraku and he's accompanied by a dressed Vorpal bunny. I know it's unheard of, but he received 2 curse marks from Knight Prowler Lucan. From Sega 100. Armored Knight. She and Sega Zero were good friends. Also, it seems that he didn't log in for almost a week now. Then she also felt surprised that this player managed to hold his ground against Knight Prowler Lucan, a unique monster that her guild wanted to take down for quite a while now. Fufu. Now she had even more incentive to find him. At first she will deepen her friendship with him, then she'll introduce him to her clan, and then, while she was making plans like that, she received another email, ? Having a really bad feeling, she opened the email. To Sega Zero. This is a postscriptum to my previous message, but according to our sources, members of SF Zoo, Ashura Kai and 10 PM Army are moving in to secure Sanraku. Please note that this is likely to develop into a serious case of PvP. From Sega 100, ! Upon hearing that the top dogs of Shangri-La Frontier were now on the move to get Sanraku, and one of those guilds excelled in PvP, Sega Zero resumed her search on the double. She had to find him before they do. ? Is there something wrong? No, but it's just that I had this strange shiver in my spine. And what is that noise? I know that I had this strange feeling of looming danger, but nothing seemed to be wrong here. So, Would you like to keep searching for the area boss, or do you want to stop here? It would actually be a good idea to keep our hunger bars full. So I took out a flint and sticks from my inventory and used them to start a fire. Yeah, I succeeded on my second try. Nicely done. Right. I guess I'm going to eat as well. I started to roast the wings of the bandit vulture over the fire while a mule stuck some carrots on sticks and began to roast them as well. It's cool and all, but the carrots are so hard inside that it will take a while to actually roast them. This jerky is quite tasteless if I do say so myself. Hot carrots are quite delicious. Speaking of which, since we didn't gather any information regarding this boss, I guess we are going to fight it completely blind. I don't think that's true. From what I gather, the boss monster of this area is actually a creature called Mud Digger. It likes to suddenly spring up from the ground and non-stop charge at its opponents. So we need to be constantly on the move. Springing up from the ground. Does that mean it is some kind of a mole-type monster? No. 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 After my experience with the giant serpent as the first boss, I must renounce all that I know about monsters and expect the unexpected to happen. What is it going to spit at us this time? Piss? Phlegm? Or maybe it's going to breathe fire? That's always a possibility. Sanriku-san, that comment of yours was surprisingly vulgar just now. Ha ha ha. There was one thing that I knew. One thing that was giving me consolation. At least this boss monster won't attack me like those bugged avatars from crap. So hey, silver lining. Right, so let us go towards the second area boss, the Mud Digger. The information that Emil disclosed about the boss is basically something you could obtain at information brokers in town. Every NPC that have come into contact with a boss or a piece of loot from it can have information about it. Chapter 29, Birdface and Bunny vs. Soil Mowing Dragon. This has turned into a difficult situation. This is definitely going to get my clothes all dirty. Just like the giant serpent in front of a suspension bridge leading to Sakandil, the Mud Digger was also occupying a huge open swamp in front of the valley leading to Thirdrima. Yup. Way to go to crap all over agility-based characters serial. In order to fight the boss you would have to enter the swamp, and that means your mobility is going to drop significantly, which means that you can't chase it effectively or dodge efficiently. This is a miss on my end. I should have expected something like that, since the area was a swamp and all that. Whatever shall we do, Sanriku-san? This might be a little bit too much for us alone. It might be so, for the time being. Let's just take a look at the boss up close. Emil. Why the hell are you clinging to my back like that? If we had a normal size party this battle could be much easier. Since even though our movement speed would be reduced we could also limit the movements of the boss itself. But sadly, that wasn't an option here. Yes, let's do just that. While a mule was constantly sticking to my back we gradually made our way into the swamp. Damn it. It was really cold inside it, especially since my legs were bare. But the fact that I was despising even more was that I was gradually getting used to this feeling. Mile, I can feel it coming, Sanriku-san. Yeah, it sure is. I could feel it in my whole body. This sensation of vibrations traveling through the swamp, signaling that a boss was about to appear, and it sure did, emerging from under the murky water right in the middle of the swamp. Shea, what the hell is this? Was that a lizard? A spider with massive limbs? But why is there a beard growing out of its head? Anyways, it was looking straight at us with its large and glowing eyes. Here it comes. Shit. It is really hard to move in here. No, before that, I must check my opponent. What does it look like and what can it do? Let's check out the repel counter first. If I manage to trigger the critical effect, it should be blown away as a result of the knockback effect triggering. If the Mud Digger was able to swim in this swamp even though it was so shallow, then it means that I should be able to do that as well, since this is a game and all. So it technically should be possible. I try to dive into the swamp and I succeed without any problems, but then I was almost instantly blown away by a huge and muscular dorsal fin that came straight at me. My skin is crawling right now. Now you decided to act like a genuine bunny? Damn it. I should have used avoidance skill from the get-go. I activate them right now and I was somehow able to avoid the boss ramming me with its body at full speed. It was no exaggeration that it was like a very agile battering ram. Even though the skills didn't consume any resources upon casting them, they had this thing that was called the recast time, a period of time that has to pass before being able to use a certain skill again. I have used both of my evasion skills. Now I was on my own for about 10 whole seconds. Come on now. What's wrong? Aren't you going to attack me? I must collect as much information about it as possible. I can see the mud digger making a U-turn in the murky water and coming right at me again. First of all, the overall characteristics of this area seem to be obstructing agility as much as possible. However, it seems that the physics from the real world were very much intact in here, meaning that if you kept one of your feet outside of the swamp you could still move normally with that leg. This wasn't going to help your movement speed in the slightest, but it would allow for some quick rotating that was essential for evading. It's coming at us. It's coming at us. Oh my god, it's gonna eat us. No one's getting eaten today. I use the skill that would temporarily grant me a boost to my agility and strength and move out of the way of the charging boss. Great. Now I was truly out of options when it comes to evading its attacks. I wanted to save the acceleration for when I would be forced against a wall, but I guess it cannot really be helped. That being said, Mud Digger's attack intervals were shorter than you would have expected. For now we can't stop moving or else we're done for. Emule, didn't you have some offense magic at your disposal? Why yes, I do. What about it? Try to cast it the moment the Mud Digger tries to attack us. Roger that. Was it cheating that I was going to rely on the strength of the NPC that was far stronger than me? Maybe so, but I was perfectly fine with that. That's something I decided upon reaching Sakandil, that I would use every tool at my disposal to put as much distance between me and the overcrowded beginners area as possible. It may be going via shortcuts, but the other players were saying that overpopulated areas are not something you want to be a part of. That is why if Emule could lend me a hand I was going to use that help to my advantage. Even if it meant making short work of many of the strong enemies that were laying on ahead. Mew mew mew. Magic hedge. Emule climbed from my back onto my shoulders and began to chant his magic. At that moment there was a blade of magic shaped like a crescent moon forming right in front of him, and when the Mud Digger approached to attack us for the third time, he shot the magic blade right at it. I thought that we might have to suffer a direct hit because of that, but just when Emule shot the magic blade at the Mud Digger and it found itself in really close proximity to us, the recast time ended. Give him hell. I use the repel counter to avoid being hit. The Mud Digger gets blown away a few steps and then it starts to dig in the mud, trying to go under the swamp's surface. While it was doing that, I also cast Spiral Edge skill as to dish out some additional damage to it while it was leaving itself wide open. I know that using attack skills to put some distance between yourself and the enemy may sound like pure heresy to some people, and that's not the way in which said skills should be used, but if there was one thing that Shanfro managed to teach me, it was that thinking outside the box was a skill that was necessary to survive here. Right. Let's go. Hold on tight. Right. Using the skills and magic outside their intended specification of usage is always a given with any kind of game. A good example could be, use the attack skills with additional effects to avoid an incoming attack or using healing magic on undead to damage them. Chapter 30, the beginner feels as though he has reached his limits. Climbing edge. As a matter of fact, there was no need for activating the skills in this game with voice commands. However, by doing so you were making sure that you would use exactly that particular skill and that you would not use anything else by accident. This is the knowledge that I gained upon investigating about Shanfro online, and I was going to use that knowledge to bring down the Mud Digger, which was currently stuck in the swamp like a sinking ship. Now I intended to climb on top of it. This trick could actually be accomplished without utilizing any skills, but I needed them because my strength stat was so abysmally low. Making use of my bare legs which were marked with Loken's curse, I pierced the Mud Digger's body with my vorpal knives and climbed up as if its belly was in fact a climbing wall. Unlike the fur of the black wolf that was as hard as steel and only depleted my weapon's durability, The mud digger's stomach was soft, so even someone as weak as me was able to climb it with the assist of skills. After all, it was only while trying to break the basic laws of physics you could feel as though you were playing this game to the fullest. Yeah, this is actually amazing. For now we are climbing, but I wonder what should we do next? Jaya, looks like my praise was too early. I can't help it. When I think about strategizing ahead of time I get shivers running down my spine, but if I said that out loud, then my pride as the solo player would have been driven through the mud. Mud Digger's body was quite large, but its head was relatively low, and for someone with my agility it was a relatively easy climb to accomplish. I'll focus on balancing on top of this guy, so please take care of overwhelming it with a continuous barrage of magical attacks. See, continuous. I was always the type who believed in one punch one kill kind of strategy. Impossible is nothing. If you think you can do it, you can do it. I'm gonna do it. Additional cast add spell. While Emule was concentrating his magic, I was doing my best at balancing on top of the mud digger's head. However, the boss wasn't going to just let us stay on top of it wailing at it with magic. It began to thrash its head about the place, but the fact that it was also trying to bite me at the same time was actually working in our favor. Now it's paradoxically more stable than before. Now I don't feel like I am balancing on a rope anymore. Would something like that be possible in any other game? I don't think so. Its fangs, its nose, its lips. There were so many places on which I could create some kind of footing for myself. Its head was about the size of a small car, so under normal circumstances I wouldn't stand a chance against a monster like that. But since it was the game world, nothing was impossible for me. Let's do this, Sanraku-san. Right, let's rip this guy a new one. You'll have to excuse me if I don't want to comment on that. Magic hedge. I know it was pretty much unreasonable to ask someone to continuously cast magic at a moving target while balancing on top of its head, especially since apparently it grew tired of us being there and was growing more aggressive in its attempts to shake us off. But if we were to fall off now we probably wouldn't be able to repeat a stunt like this again. Emule activated his spell and a magical blade twice as large as the previous one appeared, and he launched it straight into the mud digger's eye. But the boss shifted its position and the spell ended up hitting its head instead. Still, the spell was devastating enough to force the mud digger into the swamp. For a moment out there I felt a sharp prick in my mind, as if something was telling me that something was wrong here. But that feeling vanished as suddenly as it appeared. Yes, we did it. We really did it, Sanraku-san. Yeah, I guess we did. Together with Emule we fall right into the swamp. The fall damage wasn't all that great thanks to the equipment we were wearing, but the feeling of getting completely covered in mud and murky water was something I would rather not do again. My clothes, my precious clothes. My whole body feels like wet tissue right now. Not to mention that I was completely covered in mud and it was really difficult to move right now. Yet another thing only a game like that could pull off. We were completely covered in filth, but at least we managed to defeat that boss. Wait. Mud Digger was nowhere to be found. No, that's not it. There were still ripples visible on the water's surface. So it meant it wasn't over yet. Was the source of my uneasiness some sort of special action that the boss performed? How much HP did it have left? Was it another stage of the boss battle? The whole swamp was shaking right now. If it was an area of effect attack, then we are a dead meat. Emule. Gathering all of the scarce information right now. My mind forces my body to move. I managed to get to Emule's side, grab him by the ears and throw him out of the swamp, outside of the danger zone. In the next moment the whole swamp shook and trembled, and I was unable to move an inch, as if being held in place by some kind of invisible chains. Damn, was it still hiding a special attack like that? Wait a minute. So instead of agility type it had some other attribute as well? Body move. Sanraku-san. Below. It's coming from below. Below? It was as though all the pieces of the puzzle started to fall into place. Its sinking, shaking swamp, my inability to move and its overall shape and size. Whoosh! The attack strikes me like lightning. The boss emerges from the muddy water all at once, creating a huge wave-like attack. For a few seconds the monster stands still on its back legs. No way. Could it be? The monster stopped moving, and then from below. Ah, what is this? Whack-a-mole. In the next moment I was hit with a mud pillar so huge and so powerful that I was launched into the air, and I couldn't tell the sky from the ground. Mud Digger. When it comes to its overall characteristics, it is more of a chimera than any other monster, since it has a head of a shark, the body of a dragon with muscular limbs and fish fins. That is quite a combination to be had. It has a special attack which involves submerging itself into the water, stopping its opponents from moving and then obliterating one of them at random with a huge mud pillar that shoots from below the water's surface. When playing solo and standing inside the swamp, this attack will affect you with a 100% success rate, and additionally you are going to suffer some fall damage. This can be avoided if one was to refrain from going inside of the swamp. It is also possible to lure it out of the swamp, but it is a really difficult thing to do. Because of the movement penalty inside the swamp, it is recommended to switch to some light armor for the duration of this fight. Aside from that, if facing it alone, one will be met with almost certain death. That kind of move is called an insta-kill. Chapter 31. People can fly. Bunnies can jump. Because people don't have wings, they tend to fly through the sky by utilizing various other means. Now, when it comes to the difference between flying and jumping, it all boils down to that one criteria, whether or not you are able to stay in the sky with your own power. But for me it was a no-brainer because I was launched into the sky, without having to jump on my own. My HP, it's almost completely drained. I thought that this attack would be enough to do me in, but at this rate it's the fall damage that's going to do the honors. Falling to death, what a joke. Wait, that's not even funny at this point. This attack was even more malicious than being bitten by curse-inducing fangs. The ones responsible for the design of this boss must be inherently bad people. I can already tell. Even though the next contact with the ground would spell my doom, I still had the time to be thinking like that. Is there anything I can do? Falling to my death is not appealing at all. Isn't there some kind of skill or magic that I can use to prevent this? Magic. Finally reaching the highest point of my ascension, I stop in the air for just a moment, and when my thoughts calm down slightly I look around in a hurry. There it was, a creature of brown and white fur, wearing vividly colored clothes. It looks like Emil is safe for now. The boss also wasn't targeting him, so he's probably going to live through that. Shit. Just focus and think about something that can be done. There was no way that falling from the height of 4th or 5th floor would lead to me suffering mortal damage, but the question was, am I going to die instantly or keep laying on the ground for a minute or two before eventually exploding into a mass of polygons? This is really an unreasonable situation. No, I am going to respawn after that, so no hard feelings. It's not like death is going to be permanent. Aside from trying not to think too much about how realistic of a feeling hitting the ground would be in this game, I was trying to think of a solution. Was there a way for me to slow my fall and avoid hitting the ground with full force, or maybe to reduce the damage I would receive upon contact with the ground? Damn it, I don't think either of these things are possible. What about Emil's abilities? I had no idea how accurate his teleportation gates are. Or does he need any preparation time to cast them? Worst case scenario, I might fall right on top of him and crush him to death. Then how about getting hit with his magic edge so that it would somehow break the momentum of my fall? Forget about it. Not only would I suffer fall damage, but there would also be additional magic damage. I'm more or less screwed, right? There was literally nothing that could be done here. And even if I somehow managed to break my fall, I would have to come up with countermeasures for getting launched into the air again. The whole raise and fall was about 10 seconds long, so there was really nothing I could think of in this short amount of time. I could only prepare myself to hit the ground and face my death like a real man. AAA. It's been a long time since I last fell to my death in a video game, so I wasn't all that used to it. It was one of my first full dive games, one that would send quite a shock through your spine the moment your body hit the ground, and then your consciousness would gently fade to black. I still had that game in my room, but it was cast away to collect dust somewhere at the back of my collection. Wow. For now, the only thing I could really do was to brace for impact. After I die, let's just hope that Emil manages to survive and get away from here, since it was pretty much impossible to think that he would be able to finish this fight all on his own. Now, witness the true power of the Vorpal Suuyul. New consumable magic item. Instant teleportation gate. For a moment out there I can feel a different sense of falling than what I was experiencing so far, and then I can feel a strange kind of warmth surrounding me. In the next moment, my whole perspective in front of my eyes changed. Wasn't I teleported just now? Did a mule jump towards me while I was falling down? So where? In the next moment, a tremendous shock runs through my whole body, but it was something completely different from the expected fall damage, as it was related to the swamp that was right in front of me. Josiah. Waves of mud and murky water splash in waves all across the swamp. It wasn't the kind of fall from high up in the air onto the ground. It looked as through the mud digger. This was the second time you called this monster mud drifter, so I just wanted to clarify, is it mud drifter or digger? Was attacked by something that used the kinetic energy accumulated during my fall and was shot at it. It looked as though the attack utilized all the damage that was generated by my fall and converted it into raw power. I had no way of knowing that at that point, but there was a high-level spell like that called Meteor Fall. It was utilizing the very same principle, at first falling down only to then be propelled like a bullet in a straight line. In fact, a vast amounts of skills and magic in this game allowed some dose of creativity when using them, thus making it possible to create whole new effects with them. For more information, please see the instruction manual. It is only my personal guess, but the spell that Emil used must have somehow switched my place with Mud Digger's, setting him up as the recipient of all the damage that I was meant to take upon myself. And apparently the sheer force of my would-be meteor fall was so great that the Mud Digger started to thrash about while its HP fell to 0 and it exploded in a geyser of red polygons. Attack reversal, damage switching, luck. Lots of different factors collided here at this very moment, creating the result that we now witnessed. Say, Emil, yeah. For a moment there I thought I was a goner. What is it? You are the best, you know that? Please, what's with the sudden flattery? Just like that time with the night prowler, I was left with but a shred of my HP and I was about to be killed, but this time around we were the ones who were victorious. I will never say that Emil is dragging me down, that's for sure. Instant teleportation gate is a spell that creates a gate what nullifies any effects in about a 5-meter radius and then shifts the coordinates of the gate to a new location, releasing the accumulated effects at this new location all at once. Chapter 32, Human, Rabbit, and Birdhead. Thanks to cooperating with Emil. No. Looking back at this fight, he was the one who did like 80% of the job. We somehow managed to defeat the area boss, the Mud Digger. Frankly, it was a good experience for me, mainly because I managed to learn about the fact that some enemies possessed insta-kill moves and that not every single battle could be won solo. I also learned that not every single attack can be interrupted. It was a frustrating discovery, but it was a good kind of frustration this time around. So until I managed to get on Emil's level, I must do my best and try not to get in his way too much. For now, let's just proceed to third room. Because I still had 1 HP left, my body felt awfully sluggish and I was in a lot of pain. If we were to engage in another battle right about now, I would be dead for sure. I tried to restore some of my HP with potions and medicinal herbs, but surely it would take a while for them to recover my health fully, right? Still, the amount of HP I managed to recover instantly was not so bad, so I had no complaints there. Are you alright? I'm alright. Collateral damage is just collateral damage. Nothing that can be done about it. For me it looked more like a fatal wound rather than collateral damage. Phew. That's right. Well, my HP was slowly recovering, so we could finally proceed to third room without any problems. Unless that big bad wolf decides to show itself once more. What's wrong? You don't look so well. No, it's nothing. I just thought that if it was a flag event something would have already happened by now. Question mark. Wouldn't now be ideal moment for some monster to try and ambush us? I swear to God, if something like that does happen, I am going to cry. Right, so after I upgrade my attributes and repair my things in third remorse, we might want to go straight back to rabbits. What do you think? Wow. I think that going to rabbits would honestly be the best course of action. Thought as much. Well, if it turns out that the next exploration zone is a good place for leveling up, we might spend some more time there, although I didn't say that out loud, as to not startle a mule. Together we went towards third remorse while I was still staggering just a little bit. Please wait just a moment, Sanraku-san. We were about to reach the gate of third remorse, where a bunch of other people and NPCs were waiting in line at the town guard's checkpoint. It seems that when you pass the checkpoint, you will safely arrive into town. A mule stopped me just as I was about to approach that checkpoint. If we keep on going that way we are going to be attacked. Yeah, I guess. Technically you are still a monster, but wait, weren't you going through town without being bothered by anyone the moment we first met? I only realized it now, but surely he must have appeared inside of the city's limits via the teleportation gate. But he wasn't just any ordinary monster right now, but a member of my party. So it should be quite alright for him to be able to enter the town together with me. But what if some NPCs start asking questions upon seeing him? Should I hide him somewhere? But where? I was half naked, so there was no way that the guards wouldn't be able to notice him. While I was wondering about that, Emil touched the bracelet that was on his arm and started to sing some incantation. This is one of the secret arts that we, the Vorpal bunnies, possess. Sanraku-san, please watch closely and be amazed. Metamorphosis. What's this? For some reason, Emil was wrapped in a really thick smoke screen accompanied by an equally ridiculous sound effect. And when the smoke was blown away, what emerged from it was Emil, but, no matter how many times I do this, I still can't quite get used to the feeling of this body. That's strange. I thought I was playing a full dive game, one of which Japan could feel proud before the whole world, creating and enjoying the vast new world. That was supposed to be Shangri-La Frontier's catchphrase, if memory serves me correctly. Foo. Thanks to this here disguise magic, my brethren and I are able to easily merge into human society. Rather than a disguise I would call it a freaking anthropomorphism. So it's something on a completely different level. Whatever do you mean by that? This wasn't a dating sim, so why was he looking like some smoking hot European-looking woman all of a sudden? Where did that adorable little bunny go? And why was he stretching his limbs right now, looking like some sort of a little child that pulled off a prank successfully while he was doing that? Thanks to that I get into town without anyone suspecting anything, but the only downside is that I'm getting so tired after using it that I won't be able to transform again for quite a while. I see, so that's how it is. Sneaking into the city's limits like that, monsters can infiltrate human society, but Emil, you are, no, all of you Vorpal bunnies are quite the devilish creatures. I was careless with my opinion of you. The way that Emil was acting right now with his stretching was similar to that of a fighter flexing his muscles right before the fight in order to show off. But I guess that being accompanied by a half-naked bird face of a person balances our suspicion scale. Rather, I think that people will completely ignore Emil and focus their attention solely on me. But without him changing into a human we wouldn't be able to enter the city's limits. Or maybe he could act as a monster and cast this spell on me in order to make me look more normal. I must ask him about that some other time. Maybe we'll start drawing straws to see who would roleplay as who. For now, I guess the town is going to be full of gossip about a woman who subjugated a birdman-looking monster. To my words, the Emil lady cocked his head, seemingly unable to understand what I just said. And just like that, it was hard for me to tell who was a sidekick for who in this game any longer. Vorpal Soul Ring, a unique item that allows Vorpal bunnies to use the unique magic Metamorphosis. Instead of using all of the user's MP at once and dissolving after a set amount of time, the magic will gradually consume a portion of the user's MP every set amount of time, until the user uses another spell or her MP reaches 0. In other words, Even a monster can become a pretty human for some time. Chapter 33, The Armored Knight Sees. If by some miracle a certain shitty game went out of stock, it was always possible to hunt it down on an internet auction. Or you could just visit every single second-hand gaming shop that was around, in the hope of finding what you are looking for there. This tenacity of mine earned me the title of the Shitty Games Hunter, and during my career as such I have witnessed many different things in different games. But this encounter with an NPC, that was new. Next person? No. "But why are you half naked?" screamed the town's guard while pointing his finger at me. That reaction was certainly new and fresh to me, although it was also incredibly funny. But after several seconds of him looking at me funnily and laughing, it was starting to become annoying, especially so since it was attracting the attention of other PCs and NPCs that were present at the checkpoint. I am sure that the guard was about ready to throw a witty comment about a beautiful woman bringing some pervert into their peaceful town, but before he could do that, Emil opened his mouth to intervene. Now, please wait just a moment, Mr. Gatekeeper. You see, this this thing here, there are some really complex circumstances as to why it is looking like that." No. This was also a huge surprise. Who would have thought that a mere AI that was inferior to humans would be able to conjure such likely lies on the spot? You see, this creature here was a brave warrior in its previous life, one that was mighty enough to challenge the Night Prowler Lucan himself in battle. However, upon his death a powerful curse was put on him, and now he is forced to reincarnate under this hideous appearance. But still, even though he looks like this, his soul didn't forget its mission and his journeys throughout the land to lift the curse and challenge his opponent once more. This lie was so obvious and so blown out of proportions that I wouldn't be surprised if the guard didn't actually buy it. I mean, what the fuck, Emil? Really now? Honestly, this thing doesn't look that strong to me. That is because the curse is so powerful. If this here Sanraku-san was to regain his full potential and power, he would be invincible. And that was even more obvious than the previous lie. But, no, it can't be. I mean, it was actually a good thing that the NPC apparently bought the story, but the way he was looking at me now, I'd much rather wanted him to look at me with pity. Besides, what about other players? What if they start to ask questions like, where can I get tattoos like that? Well, it's a good thing that we managed to get into town without any problems, at the very least. Let's go, Emil. Sure thing. The mud digger was engulfed in a sea of flames that erupted from a high-level spell, additionally casting a burn effect on it. Sega Zero was sprinting through the swamps, slashing away at smaller mobs and casting magic at bigger enemies, adamant on getting to third room as soon as possible. For some reason, she had a very bad feeling about what was going to meet her once she gets there. And those bad feelings turned out to be true. For when she arrived at the checkpoint leading into town, this woman. Who is she? Right next to some woman there he was, the player named Sanraku, wearing a bird mask and without his shirt or pants, with legs and chest covered in curse marks. Sega Zero was relieved to see that it was indeed Sanraku, for if it turned out that this person was someone else, she would probably lose it, and wouldn't know what to do anymore. However, something was off. Sanraku wasn't the kind of player who would play in a party. No matter what type of game it was, he would always play it solo. Maybe someone concealed that information from her, but seeing someone else at Sanraku's side made Sega Zero clasp her hand strongly on the hilt of her sword. No, calm down. Remember what Sis said to you. Calm observation is crucial for making a good first impression. Sanraku has already exceeded her expectations by coming so far on his own, going beyond what a mere beginner would be able to accomplish. But now, when she saw that woman dressed in strange clothes unlike anything she had seen before and wearing a monocle, Sega Zero was overcome with this sudden urge to just walk over to her and punch her straight in the face. Something was telling her that she was a player with loads of money on her, since it wasn't possible to buy such fashionable clothes this early in the game. She must have bought them with real money, which also meant that their stats must have been rather poor. No matter what she thought about that woman, her appearance was screaming red flags all over. I thought that the one accompanying him was supposed to be a Vorpal bunny, But that woman's a human, right? Huh. It wasn't that uncommon for monsters to be able to turn human, but you could easily distinguish them from the crowd. And after watching that woman for a while, Sega Zero finally understood what was so unnatural about that woman. I see. There's no player name on display. In other words, this woman was an NPC, not a player. Sega Zero let out a sigh of relief, since now there was no more obstacles standing between her and Sanraku. She could carry out her plan, approach him as a senpai inside the game, no problem. The mystery was still there, and answers to her questions were scarce. But now Sega Zero was able to regain her composure and put her personal feelings aside. Inside a third room, I must follow them. While she was thinking like that, the amount of NPC in front of third room checkpoint grew larger and larger. Before she even realized it, there was quite a crowd in front of Sega Zero. If she tried to cut the queue or push the NPCs around in order to get there faster, not only the guards would intervene on the charge of harming the NPCs, but worst case scenario there would even be a bounty placed on her head, which would even attract other players to hunt her down, wanting to cash in on the prize. So harassing the NPCs in general wasn't that good of an idea. So even if she was reluctant to do so, Sega Zero had to wait for the queue to proceed forward, all the time having to suffer the torture of observing Sanraku chatting with that woman. She felt like a whole eternity had passed before she could enter third room herself. Incidentally, some of the NPCs in this game have levels which exceeds the value of 100. Chapter 34, Surrounded with Traps and Turmoil. In other words, now I could see that Sakandil really wasn't that big of a town, and that in comparison Thirdma was bursting with energy. It was a city which fully embodied the idea of a fantasy town, with stern roads, street vendors trying to sell their merchandise to the people walking down the streets, and even beggars sitting in the gutters and back alleys. It was all making a busy and lively impression of a city. Also, First Year and Sakandil were erected on a flat land, but Thirdma was built on top of a small hill, with a castle standing right in the middle of the town. It was a generic town in a fantasy game, but it was alluring enough to make me feel strangely motivated for some reason. Funya. As always, this city is so beautiful. It sure is. Mew. Somehow your reaction is rather bleak, Sanraku-san. I mean, yeah, the site itself was beautiful. But let's not forget that I am a blooded gamer. Having cleared a fair share of games, I have seen many different towns and environments. For example, a human colony hanging on the verge of the Earth's atmosphere, where you could reach out your hand and go into the vacuum of space. Or a forgotten castle so big and so secluded that one was asking himself if giants of some sort were living in it during the days of its glory. Or a highly advanced shelter town deep in the bowels of the Earth, where the blue sky and the rays of the sun were nothing more than an image generated by computers. They were all creations of full dive technology, and suddenly remembering all of them made me want to stop in my tracks and tell Emil about them all. You know, it might be hard to believe, but I've been around many different places and saw many different things. Grand and wonderful things. Oh, that's actually amazing. I guess it's just like Sanraku-san to travel around the world and visit many different places. I look at Emil. Even though he may look different right now, it was still the same old Emil. Glad to know that this hasn't changed. Now, whatever shall we do? Weren't we supposed to look for an inn? No. We are still going to do that, but I was just wondering whatever shall we do after that. Since every single town in this game was under the same time zone, it was natural that in the middle of the night we would only see but a small percentage of people who decided to make Thirdma their base of operations. But even so, the amount of people here was surprisingly small. What's more, quite a lot of people were going towards the swamplands and into Sakandil, as opposed to the exploration point that was beyond Thirdma. Were they all going to level up or take on the area boss again? Or maybe there were still materials they needed to farm before logging out for the day? I knew that my current get-up was a little bit strange and that people would like to avoid having to look at me, but it was definitely different than usual. I wonder what was the cause of such heavy traffic towards Sakandil. I would like to ask someone about it, but unsurprisingly, whenever someone would look my way they would look somewhere else in a hurry while whispering "oh crap." It's that bird pervert guy. What's he doing here? Strange. I know that my appearance was weird, but I certainly didn't do anything that would make me that recognizable amongst other players. Or maybe it was that those three started to badmouth me right after our encounter in that forest. I sure hope that wasn't the case. Oh well, can't really help it that I'm looking suspicious right now. I mean, what would you do if you were inside a forest and suddenly a masked pro wrestler jumps at you instead of a wild bear? It was only natural that this whole scene would be so surreal that you couldn't help it but to laugh. Come on, Emil. Let's find us an inn. Oh, right. Just then, when we were about to venture further into the city, one of the passing players grabbed a hold of my hand, preventing us from going forward. So we were forced to stay near the city's gate, and the gaze of the town's guard was strangely hostile for some weird reason. Why, you there. That get up, you are Sanraku, aren't you? Are you perhaps one of Sanraku-san's friends? The one who stopped us was a female player. Emil thought that maybe we were friends for some strange reason, but it was the first time for me to meet that player. Let's see. Animalia? Yup, I don't know anyone by that name. For a moment there I thought it might have been one of my shitty game friends, but if it was one of them their manners would have been different. At least my friends knew how to behave themselves. Have we met somewhere before? Speaking of games, it was one of the golden rules that the further you go in them the better loot you get, and the strength of your items would be reflected in your overall appearance. Therefore, just by looking at Animalia's equipment it was easy for me to tell that such equipment was not available this early in the game. But if she was a high-level player, then what was she doing in the place such as Third Rooms where most low-level players would gather? And how come she knew my name? When it comes to greetings, I don't really care about formalities like that. There is only one thing I would like you to listen to me. As she said that, Animalia grabs onto my arms and opens her eyes wide. Just when I was starting to think that she was acting rather weird, something happened to Emil. There was a huge puff of smoke over his head, and in the next moment a pair of bunny ears erected from the top of his hair. How is this? You're a Vorpal bunny. Is it tamed? Exclamation mark. Oi, Emil, don't get us busted like that. All of a sudden, while Emil was doing his best to try to come up with a cover story for that little accident out there, my mind was working full throttle to think of something as well, all the while thanking my luck that I was wearing a mask and no one could easily see the shift in my facial expressions. How did she know about a Vorpal bunny? No. It was entirely possible that someone might have seen me talked about it. That's why I totally forgot about the fact that people could actually see who I was talking to. Damn. What to do now? Make a run for it from this city? No. It was too early to resort to such drastic solutions. Revealing the unique quest was obviously out of the question. After all, information was crucial in this game and those who monopolize it can have an overwhelming advantage. And even if I'm to disclose anything I know, it would only amount to something like you must first prove your Vorpal soul or something like that. Or would it be best to hide that fact as well? Anyhow, I didn't want to disclose any information about the triggers or even the invitation to the bunny country. And that is because, you see, even if you ask me, I'm not exactly sure myself. That's right, you know. Something like that should be shared with everyone else, don't you think? Revolutionary Knight Sanraku. That name was completely meaningless in this game. It was a title from a completely different game. There was only one person in particular who knew my title from that game. It was a total surprise to hear that voice coming from just outside the gate leading to Third Room. Upon that I managed to break free of this Animalia chick holding on to me and jumped back, putting some distance between us. Only then was I able to understand just how dangerous of a situation I was in right now. Now won't you look at that? If it isn't Pencil Warrior. Now, that might have been my name, but right now I go by Arthur Pencilton, Sanraku-kun. That being said, you look simply monstrous. He looked like a beautiful woman in this game, and almost half of his face was being concealed behind a mask that resembled the ones that professional assassins would use while going on their missions. He once managed to assassinate both Moda Rokatsu and I in a futuristic game called United Rounds. Pencil Warrior, now Arthur Pencilton, laughed at me in a joyous manner. Chapter 35, Nightly King of Writing Utensils. Now, if you want me to introduce my dear friend and shitty game buddy Pencil Warrior to you, we need to talk about a certain other shitty game that I cannot erase from my memory no matter how much I try. That shitty game is called United Rounds, and in a nutshell it was a game where you play as knights and repel waves of monsters that are trying to invade the already decaying kingdom. It was a VR MMO. But, like almost every other game in my collection, it was a shitty game. The first and foremost of its many flaws was of course the abysmal drop rate of items. But it was like, really abysmal. For example, as a novice knight you may receive the medicine procurement fetch quest. The item in question is in possession of the boss monster that is located inside the forest near your starting location. Now, what would a typical noob think with a quest like that? That it is a tutorial quest and that it will be nice, quick and easy. Congrats, you've officially stepped into a grueling task that is at least 12 hours farming for one stupid item. Be that as it may, the game was very faithful to its genre and setting. In other words, everything that was going to be broken, was indeed broken beyond repair. You don't believe me? Fine then. Take the stone, an item that is so common in every game that you could practically get tired of seeing it. Here, in this game, it had a magnificently high drop of 40%, which means that some unlucky players have never even seen the darn thing. As for those who did manage to obtain it, this stone is useless even as a throwing weapon. While using it, you'd have to unequip every other item or weapon you were holding. Why? Because the stone could accidentally hit your other equipment. And guess what? Your initial equipment would break apart if it was hit by the stone 3 times. How fucked up is that? By the way, the drop of medicinal herbs or even simple weeds was about a stunning 2%, so good luck with creating potions of any kind. What about the plot of this game? As one might expect, it was as generic as it can possibly be done, so many times by so many different titles. As the world slowly approaches the end of the century, violence, looting and crime begin to spread, and it was your job to restore the proper order. Honestly, that was the most shitty element of this game. There were many famous outlaws and monsters here, but to make that a main plotline, give me a break. This could have worked in any other title that was single player, but not in MMO. However, even the tips and tricks page on the game's website stated that it is far easier to obtain the desired materials via looting the shopkeepers or stealing away from other players. But the fact that the kingdom in the middle of the apocalypse wasn't exactly the most business-thriving place wasn't helping. And as the developer itself stated at some point, there was no intention of fixing these abysmal drop rates whatsoever, and they were never fixed. As a matter of fact, it was small wonder that the PvP became such a strong and crucial element of this game, and this as a consequence earned it pretty low ratings on various review sites. Argument for low ratings being that PvP was forced and unnecessary, killing the social aspects of the game and cornering players into doubting and not trusting one another. Surprise attacks, kidnappings, mass lootings, monster trains and many other despicable acts became an everyday occurrence in this game. As a result, United Rounds or the End of the Century Round Table established a certain niche for itself and continued to be enjoyed by a certain group of players up till this day. Now, going back to the Pencil Warrior, just like many other people, he was a new outlaw that was attracted to this game because of its unique premise. I'm not going to get into too much detail here, but suffice it to say that Pencil Warrior somehow managed to raise up as one of the strongest people in the entire game, at one point even bringing the whole kingdom to its knees together with a group of his followers and making it his own domain. His motto, "Let's share the wealth and drop items together." It's the birth of a bright new era, even brighter than fresh blood. At that time it was such a bullshit situation one could even question how such a thing was even allowed in the first place. But you had to hand it to him. He knew what he was doing. He exploited the players not directly under his rule, causing them to create resistance groups and rebel against him, thus creating something of a mini-event which held the players hooked and willing to stay with the game for a long time. At the peak of his power, it was no exaggeration to say that the whole game was in the hands of this one player. He was a great conqueror, one to whom even the Roman emperors couldn't compare. He even earned such nicknames for himself as the mastermind, the devilish schemer, and the true demon lord. It was quite an achievement to pull off. As for me, at the time I was known as the Katsu Tataki, and together with Modora Katsu we were hired by the resistance as mercenaries in order to assault Pencil Warrior's stronghold. Although the fortress was ridden with traps and strong enemies, we eventually managed to reach the throne room and put Pencil Warrior down, although it was a 2 versus 1 type of fight, thus bringing the curtain down upon his era of rule over the United Rounds, and that was the legend of Arthur Pensilgton who was standing right before me. That name brings about so many bad memories. Foo. I was brought over here all the way from 5th year without really knowing what was going on, but now I'm actually glad that I did. Pencil Warrior, no, it was Arthur Pensilgton right now, seemed to be overjoyed while playing around with his one-handed sword, which looked to be a really powerful weapon. I could sense that Emil was on edge, but was this situation really going to turn into a park attempt? Also, if Emil's disguise was slowly going to dissolve like that, maybe it would be best for him to actually go and hide somewhere, so that he wouldn't attract any attention. That being said, me being here is more of a personal reason. The same thing goes for Katsu as well, but you really played me for a fool that one time. Yeah, go figure. If you'd say that you, a high-level player, came all the way here for any other reason, I would surely think you must be jesting. Just so you know, I am the number 2 in Ashurakai. Number 2 in Ashurakai, no way. Are you perhaps the giant slayer Pensilgton? There was a few seconds of silence between us, brought to a stop by Animalia's shocked voice. Giant Slayer, you see, if your goal is to become the number 1 player in the game, you might as well choose an appropriate title for yourself. But nowadays it's hard to have any fun killing other players with all of those park penalties and stuff. But there are other ways to carve a name for yourself in this game, that's for sure. Rather than being called a giant slayer, it would suit you much more to be called the Emperor of Dystopia. You said it. Ahahahahahaha. Both Animalia and Emil were staring at us with complicated expressions, probably unable to understand how could we laugh like that at one another. You see, we might become enemies in a moment, but that doesn't change the fact that we are also friends. That's the part of you that I like so much. Now have at you, you utter fool. I knew you would try something like that. Pencil Warrior and I usually play games in a hostile or rivalry relationship like that, so this event wasn't in fact anything new. He threw a throwing knife at me and I managed to avoid it with ease. Now then, just how am I going to handle that newborn situation? Chapter 36, Inside the Eye of the Storm, the existence of the unique quest. I was out of luck here, but if I managed to keep that information concealed, nothing serious should happen. Since my current position was rather disadvantageous for me, I decided to put some distance between Pensilgton and I, all the while thinking about how should I approach this situation. At present Pensilgton was armed with a single one-handed sword, but I was sure that he should be able to close the distance in between us with ease and slash at me at high speed. Moreover, since he was playing this game far longer than I have, his skills must have been that much better, which was bringing my chances of getting out of this alive to almost zero. Not to mention that it probably wouldn't bother him to fight inside of a city. Your fake delays are as frustrating as I remember them to be. Sanraku-kun, what level are you? It cannot be all that big of a number, about 20 or so, I estimate, but you keep on dodging my blows. That's because this game is good. My body moves as smoothly as ever. Avoiding the seemingly poisoned throwing knives at long range was easy, but if he decided to close the distance I might have a problem. The situation would only grow even more disadvantageous for me. Or maybe it's because I'm only here to deliver a message to you from the ones at the top, so I'm not taking this seriously at all. You're saying that right now? If you've got a message for me, then maybe stop attacking me so I can listen to it in peace. While we exchange our blows at high speed, Pensilgton starts to recite the message. The choice is yours. Either choose to disclose everything you know or be prepared to be a target until you will be ready to spill the beans. That's the message. It was a really simple message. I could disclose everything that I know about the unique quest, or be constantly hunted down and killed. What idiocy. I'd give it 20 points. You should really think things through before you move on to intimidate someone, you know? Oh my. What a high score it is. You are using a 10-point scale, correct? Way to go with threatening a beginner. Asshole. You are, the way I see it. The leaders of Ashura Kai made two fatal mistakes. The first one is that I just came to third room and I was yet to establish my respawn point here, which means that even if I was going to get killed right now, I would still respawn in Rabbits, a place where no one has ever visited before. In your face. If Emule's existence came to light only recently, then this means that it was probable that this unique quest was one that was never seen before by anyone else. So if I were to retreat to the area bound to that quest, no one would be able to assault me there, unless they were to discover the quest themselves. The second one was even a bigger miss by them. They must have known that Pencil Warrior and I were acquaintances, and that is why they sent him to be the messenger. A messenger is someone who is bound to deliver the message and see to it that the recipient gets to know its contents, which means he couldn't kill me just like that. Emule. Why, yes? It seems that the time limit for his transformation was almost up, for more and more of his parts began to revert to his original Vorpal Bunny appearance. I called out to him to make him realize that fact. Shit, level, stats, magic, equipment, skills, everything about me is so inferior to him. And he was right, since he wasn't using skills or magic. He was holding back. Deliver the message? Yeah, right. To begin with, sword wasn't his weapon of choice. I used the repel counter to push Pensilgton away and then jump back to create some more distance in between us again. Grab onto my back. Hurry. B. But hurry. There. Fuck up. Ah, I get it. I get it. It may have been a park attempt, but for some reason I was acting all friendly with the assailant, and the assailant himself proved to be only a messenger. I was trying to communicate with Emule with words only we could understand, but unfortunately, I was too late with my attempts. As unfortunate as it may sound, our secret was going to get out. Puff. There was a cloud of white smoke with its accompanying sound effect, and I could feel that instead of a human body, there was a Vorpal Bunny sticking onto my back yet again. So sorry, but since now the cat is out of the bag, I'm gonna run like I mean it. Animalia, was it? I'm sorry if you were hoping for some kind of flag with me, but it's going to have to wait. At least let me take a photo of this cute little thing. I wish I could, but now it would be kind of dangerous. No turning back now. I ran away as fast as I can, as far from Animalia and Pensilgton in hopes of leaving them far behind me, and here I was going to demonstrate my very best party trick to everyone. I couldn't care less about other players, but at this rate that cute little thing will be in danger. Right. I shall stop you here and now, Giant Slayer. Not that I mind, but I guess I should be grateful for a chance to cross blades with the top warrior of SF Zoo, a guild that's prominent in hunting down the strongest monsters in the game. Much more since normally you don't take interest in other people at all. You have my thanks for that, SANRAKU. Of course Pensilgton was trying to chase after me, but unlike a low-level player, an attack from someone of an equal level and equipment like his own was not something he could possibly ignore. I mean, my weapons were not all that bad, but let's be honest here, what could I possibly do against someone like him? But Pensilgton wasn't the one who was dangerous here. If this Animalia chick was so determined that she came all the way here, she could be even more dangerous than a professional assassin. But I guess it's thanks to her that I'm not a victim of Park thus far. So once more I can be grateful to Emule for bringing us this human shield called high-level player. If we ever meet each other again I must take her to Rabbits. I'm sure she would love the place. And Pensilgton, next time we meet, you're gonna be dead meat. That's for sure. Once we enter the city for real, the conditions for Emule's coordinate teleportation gate will be met. Well, you know, I did say that I was a messenger, but I didn't say that I came here alone, now did I? Kukaku. Suddenly, a wild group of PKs appeared out of nowhere. Holy shit. That's overdoing it. I haven't even reached level 50 yet. Cut me some slack. Don't turn this magnificent game into another shitty game. As I looked at the 4 more players that appeared right in front of me, I could see that their player tags were all written in red font. Chapter 37, Status Shift. I see, it looks like leaders of Ashura Kai really wanted their message to sink in properly. No, 4 people. With this many people, we can kill you over and over again however many times we want. I don't particularly enjoy killing small fries, since it makes my karma points go to hell. But orders are orders. If you want to blame someone, then blame the top brass. We are only carrying out their will. All 4 of them direct their weapons towards me, and the red font in which their name tags were written was the proof that they were indeed player killers, just like the instruction manual said. For now, let's just summarize my current situation. Our initial goal was to reach third Rima and then go to rabbits from there. Since reaching third Rima was a sort of a high wall that a new player must overcome. Our current position, right outside the city's gate, Emil and myself, surrounded by 4 seasoned PKs, and with Pensilgton and Animalia right behind our backs. I was curious about those karma points, since it was an unfamiliar term for me. Was it something that PKs didn't want to accumulate? I thought about it for a moment, and even if under normal circumstances getting killed by them a few times would not be that big of a deal, with Emil around the situation was different. For now, let's see. It seems that none of them held any kind of long-distance weapon, but that doesn't mean they weren't able to use magic or long-range skills. How should we get to resolve that situation? I could feel Emil trembling on my back at the sight of the bloodthirsty players. I knew just how he felt, because I've been through something like that in the past a few times. Being killed over and over by the PKs. Back in the United Rounds it was a common occurrence for seasoned players to just camp at spawn points and kill both the new players and NPCs alike. By the way, their reason for doing that was because in United Rounds there was a title of Fallen Knight awarded to people who killed a certain number of players whose levels were lower than that of the player who did all the killing. But it was just that, a title with nothing else to it, not even a slight boost in stats. I would like to know why was such a title ever in a cooperative game. But as with everything in United Rounds, it seems that something which was supposed to be a mark of shame became something completely opposite, and people were wearing the title as a badge of honor of sorts. And if you're going to implement such a title, at least add some sort of demerit to it. Like, for example, the NPCs won't talk to you anymore. Otherwise what's the point of having such a title in the first place? Small wonder everyone would go full on murder hobo in this game. Okay, now that I got all of that off my chest I felt somewhat calmer, and I was ready to tackle the challenge that was waiting right in front of me. A soft smile creeped on my lips. When Sega Zero finally managed to get across all of the NPCs that were in her way at the checkpoint leading to Third Rimas, she saw something truly mortifying. There they were, Arthur Pensilgton of the Ashura Kai and Animalia of SF Zoo, the most powerful players of the most powerful guilds in the game, currently duking it out with each other so hard that there were sparks flying all around them. There was also Sanraku, but currently he was surrounded by 4 other PKs while a Vorpal bunny was sitting right atop his back. I just averted my gaze for but a moment. What happened? For a moment Sega Zero thought that it was all her fault for losing sight of Sanraku, but then again she thought that this might in fact be her chance to shine. If she can save him from the perilous situation of being killed by evil PKs, she would make a much better first impression than if she is to just approach him and talk to him. And it just so happened that the last update a few months ago changed the rules of the game a little bit, so that PKK was no longer ruining your reputation with the NPCs, so she was all in the green. Chance. This is my chance. Now I can appeal to him and get acquainted inside of the game. And then in real life, and then, Huey. A few hundred options, a few thousand options. Sega Zero had so many options when it comes to dealing with PKs that the sheer amount of them started to gradually overwhelm her. Battle skill, crushing slash. Being level 99 herself, Sega Zero was often fighting as a vanguard on the front line and during various raids and events together with her colleagues from the guild Schwarz Wolves, one of the best guilds in the game. And the skill she just used was usually employed against heavily armored monsters. My, I must say I had quite a bit of fun, Miss Zoo Director. You would normally see that many debuffs only on high-level monster slaying quests. Yup, GHH. Arthur Pensilgton praises Animalia, who was currently brought to her knees when her HP bar started to reach dangerously low levels. She thought that his nickname of Giant Slayer was just for show, but as truth would have it, he was indeed so powerful that even the strongest players in 5th tier had to respect his power. It is also no wonder that he had won every single duel he took part in. So one might say that being praised by him was an honor of the highest caliber. Pensilgton looks at the status icons that were afflicting him and laughs. With so many debuffs on, even the strongest of monsters would be nothing more but a paper dolls. I stunned and poisoned you so many times. So why? You want to know? The secret that lies in Tada. It is thanks to this little unique item that I have here, Aura the Singing Doll. It gives me the highest levels of protection from debuffs and magic attacks, so it's really useful against magic casters. Better safe than sorry, right? One of the reasons that Animalia lost to Pensilgton was because he possessed an item that was the ultimate shield against magic casters when it comes to PvP, but aside from that, it was foolish of her to try to take on Pensilgton while he was in his peak condition, without any traps laid or secret weapons up her sleeve. I see. Well, that being said, those curses of yours are something that one needs to watch out for. When it comes to magic casters, Shangri-La Frontier was truly unique in that aspect. It was somewhat complicated, but long story short, casting magic was not consuming MP only, but it was additionally using various catalysts to do so. Thanks to the spell's effects were powerful and effective, and having 2 or 3 magic casters on the battlefield would always make the battle that much easier. And it so happens that Animalia, guild master of SF Zoo, and the lover of every single monster in the game, has filled all her magic slots with high-level restraint-type magic. So it could be said that in terms of literally stopping Sanraku in his tracks, there was no other player better suited for the job than Animalia. Now then, Pensilgton was wondering, the guildmaster hand-picked those 4 other players for this job, but would they really be able to kill Sanraku? There was a part of him that was still hesitant to believe that. Incidentally, he had no intention of helping them out in any way. Sanraku-kun, I know that you are one tough cookie, but the difference in your levels is over 50, so struggle as hard as you can because even you might not be able to get out of it alive. But Pensilgton knew, all the knowledge Sanraku accumulated over all those shitty games was not to be underestimated. If anything, that knowledge alone was like a unique item the highest grade. Those who challenge only the weaker ones or the ones of the same skill level will never grow strong. In the past, Pensilgton was once like that, and the price he came to pay for his arrogance was high, but it was at the same time priceless experience. That idiot is so crazy in his actions that any normal player out there seems boring in comparison. The times sure are about to change. I hear that Katsu also started playing Shanfro, so our plans can finally move forward. Pensilgton recalls that level 99. That is the highest level in this game for the moment, and there were quite a few players who, like Pensilgton, managed to obtain it. Each and every one of those players was a formidable warrior and a deadly opponent, capable of exterminating other players with ease, or even crushing full 15-people parties. And it so happens that the most powerful members of Ashura Kai were all former underlings of Pensilgton, so if they time everything correctly, their plans and ambitions could be. Just then, Pensilgton turns towards Animalia, who finally dropped to the ground. Fumu, by the way, Miss Zoo Director, I do seem to recall you using some strange item that allowed you to cast a spell with a catalyst of activates when your HP falls to a single digit. Pray tell what that spell is. Animalia smiles, and the way she did that was so charming and beautiful that even Pensilgton felt entranced by that expression of hers. But there was also something strange to it. something dangerous that made shivers run down his spine. You'll understand soon enough. There are some items in this game that give very specific and unique effects, but for the very specific and unique catalysts, they could be used only once and then they would be gone forever. No question, no answer. Fellow traveler. A spell of the highest caliber triggered by self-destruction of the caster goes towards Pensilgton. And then everything began to change. Chapter 38, Turntables. The situation was as follows. My initial plan of action was fairly simple. Divide and conquer. I wanted to separate the guy with a huge broadsword from his companions and take him down first, since he looked slow and not very agile. Bigger swords usually meant that they could do less attacks and are easier to avoid. However, if their blows actually connected, it was going to hit like a truck. Incidentally, while I glanced over the players that were going to attack me, none of them looked to be a magic caster. Every single one looked to be a physical fighter. Another reason for taking that guy out first was because he looked susceptible to mockery and easy to provoke. So I was going to try to slip past him and try to slash at his back or side. But why am I saying this in a past tense? Well, that's because the reason was simple. The big guy suddenly got blown away towards the gate while bleeding polygons made him look like a comet. He received the full blow, but even I was almost swept off my feet thanks to the incoming shock wave. What the hell? With one blow? Who did this? The large swordsman explodes in the geyser of red polygons right in the middle of the street. And judging by the reactions of his companions, it was something that was totally unexpected. Shocked and confused, none of them were thinking of coming towards me and attacking. I looked behind me only to see an armored player standing there with his sword raised high, ready to strike. Wow! He looks like a high-level player. His name isn't displayed in red font, and he doesn't really look like one of Pensilgton's lackeys. But I should be happy yet. It's not like I knew that player's intentions. Right now, my situation wasn't exactly that of the enemy of my enemy is my friend. No, it was not that at all. It was more like my enemies started to jump at each other's throats, and they did that all at the same time. Good for me. When it comes to unique items and quest, everybody was out there to get you. Everybody wanted to gain strength, no matter the form, so it was only natural for someone like me to become a potential target for other players. In the exact same sense, Animalia over there could become a target for all animal lovers, and when you become a target, it's small wonder that people would want to collect information about you. The fighter with a huge sword lost all HP with that single blow. By that fact alone, I could see that this newly arrived player was a frontline warrior, someone well versed in avant-garde warfare, someone to whom Pensilgton or Animalia couldn't even compare, probably a power type that boosted his attack damage to blow his opponents away with as few blows as possible. Equipment: full plate armor, large sword, tower shield. Shit. With that kind of equipment it was really hard to guess if he used some magic to enhance it as well or not. For the time being let's just assume that magical enhancement was actually involved. And now the armored knight ignored Pensilgton and was walking straight towards me. Seeing that, 3 possible scenarios popped into my head. First one, just try and break through. If I manage to get away into the city's limits, good. If not, I'm going to respawn in rabbits, so I'll be in the clear nonetheless. Second one, run in the opposite direction, back the way I came. It was risky and I had 3 high-level players waiting in my path, but because it would be so unexpected maybe I might be able to pull that off. Third one, tactical retreat. If I can't win, I might as well try to log out on the spot. Nah, let's go with plan 4. Without any hesitation, I ran towards the gate at full speed. I wonder, why are strong guys always so surprised to see weaklings charging straight at them? Weren't they doing exactly the same thing when they were starting out? Come on, at least some of them should know about that. Without stopping, I was rushing towards the 3 PKs that were left on the field. I didn't even have my weapons at the ready, so I wouldn't be able to attack them in any kind of way. What do you think, Emule? Will we manage to break through? Exclamation mark. At the same time the armored knight rushed at the 3 assassins, leaving them in a state of overall panic. Jaya, I'm dying. I'm fucking dying. I don't want to die. I don't wanna die. Then the other PKs finally assumed the fighting stances, but before they could actually do anything, the armored knight swung his sword at them. Next, there was just a short "what the fuck?" and exclamation mark. JR. While still running, I turn and look behind. What I see is as if someone suddenly paused the game, or as if the PKs got so tremendous of a lag that it crashed their games. They are being sent flying by the huge sword, but they let out their screams of pain only when their bodies hit the ground. The situation as a whole was pretty funny for the bystanders, but for those guys I am pretty sure it was anything but. "Emule, please prepare the gate." What? The distance that I managed to run through this short few seconds, because of my stamina I was able to sprint this whole time without stopping, which would normally be impossible for my normal body. Only now everyone's attention was beginning to be focused on me. The armored knight took a step in my direction. The second and third ones he withdrew his weapon and shield. And the fourth one, "Please, wait. Nah, sorry." With an avatar like that she would never make it in time. I did a perfect front flip and vaulted over the unconscious PKs, knowing full well that the armored knight wouldn't be able to pull off a stunt like that. It was an unnecessary show of my agility, and for a moment there I wasn't even sure if I was going to stick the landing correctly, but fortunately enough I managed to do just that. Haha, I knew it. Acrobatics without system assist are something else. Stop doing that, please. I'm shaking too much and I cannot concentrate. All avatars were the best for these kinds of things. You could easily reproduce the things that athletes on TV did without any kind of problems. "Hey, you there. Stop. You cannot go into the city's limits without permission." I passed the checkpoint without stopping or even looking at the guard stationed there. Sega Zero. Huh? I'll be sure to remember that name. Seeing the name of the player for a short moment I decided to remember that for later, as long as high-level players decide to go after the unique information that I possess. There was a possibility we might meet again. As for the PKs, honestly, I can remember only Pensilgton's name. I then follow into third room without looking back, and the rest was silence. Has something ever slightly similar ever happened to the ace of the Schwarz Wolves Guild? A player that exceeds in combat at the front lines of the game? The answer to that question would have to be no. I was able to talk to him. Right about now, Sega Zero felt as though she had met her favorite Hollywood star. She couldn't stop grinning, and her armored body was trembling with so much joy that someone could actually mistake this for anger. While many people backed away from here, there were also those who were approaching Sega Zero. Hey, are you serious? Isn't that maximum attack thermal holder? That infamous PK? And isn't that BB? The one PK that supports his companions with an insane amount of buffs? Were they really brought down with one blow? Let's bring them to the city, shall we? Then we can score ourselves some reward from their heads from bounty hunters. There is also Pensilgton right there. The latest update introduced a special kind of NPC inside every town called a bounty hunter. It was an NPC to which one could go if they witnessed the case of Park. They were NPCs that would mercilessly hunt down player killers with extreme tenacity, employing limitless stamina, high-end equipment and skills that far exceeded those of the players. As a testament to their strength, some of the most prominent members of Ashura Kai were brought to justice by bounty hunters. Their presence was creating a deterrent against Park cases inside of towns and made it become less common. Their AI was also supposed to be something out of this world. Bringing the members of Ashura Kai before bounty hunters would surely be a cause to celebrate, especially if they were able to bring Pensilgton before the face of the justice as well. However, no one even noticed that Pensilgton was in fact instantly killed by the suicide attack employed by Animalia on the brink of death. Someone might have noticed that Sega Zero felt extremely pleased with herself. However, it was a huge understatement. In fact, Sega Zero felt probably as ecstatic as the first man to ever set foot on the surface of the moon, completely forgetting about the Ashura Kai PKs. She equipped her sword again and her thoughts began to drift towards Sanraku. This, how do I say it, how is even possible? Thus the members of the Ashura Kai were brought to justice by the hands of the bounty hunters and were never heard from again. End of Part 1.1.